May I request all of us to kindly be upstanding for the national anthem and that of the East Africa community. Can we all please rise for the national anthem and that of the East Africa community? Naomba wote tusimame kwa wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Can we all please put our hands together as we take our seats? Mheshimiwa Waziri, meza kunomba tuketi. Can we all please take our seats? Watoto wetu sasa tunaweza kwenda kukaa. Tutaendelea baadaye na burudani nzuri mliotuandalia. Makofi, let's put our hands together for wonderful children. Honorable Ambassador Dr. Bashiru Ali Kakurwa, Minister of Livestock and Fisheries of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is also a guest of honor this morning. Can we all please put our hands together for our guest of honor? Delighted to have him with us this morning. But at this juncture as well, I would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Ngwasi Damas Kamani, the Deputy Minister, Livestock and Fisheries of the United Republic of Tanzania. Let's put our hands together for her as well. We are highly delighted, especially for our guests. When you speak of the United Republic of Tanzania, you speak of Tanzania mainland and you speak of Tanzania Zanzibar. To have with us Honorable Mboja Ramadhan Mshenga, the Deputy Minister of Blue Economy and Fisheries of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. Delighted to have her with us this morning. But I would also like to recognize the presence of Miss Agnes Kisaka Mena, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. I would also like to recognize at the far end the presence of Captain Hamad, who is the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Blue Economy and Fisheries of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. I would also like to recognize and greatly honored to have with us this morning Dr. Jim Yonazi, the Permanent Secretary, Prime Minister's Office. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Jim Yonazi, for being with us. I would also like to recognize the presence of Professor Muhammad Ali Sheikh, the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, looking specifically on the fisheries docket. Thank you also for being with us this morning. In a very special way, we have our host this morning. This is none other but Dr. Ishmael Kimire, the Director General of TAFIRI. Dr. Ishmael Kimire has his twin, who is Dr. Zakaria Hamisi, the Director General for Zafiri. He is with us this morning as well. Thank you so much for being here. Recognizing all the directors from the respective ministries present. We have directors from the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries in the mainland, but that of the Blue Economy and Fisheries as well in Zanzibar. I would like to also recognize in a very special way the presence of Dr. Tamatama, the former Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries. Please, Doctor, if you can please rise. Thank you so much. I would also like to recognize the presence of all researchers, all innovators present. But guest of honor, this being an international conference, allow me to mention the countries that are present and represented. Tanzania will be last, but can we see the delegates coming from Belgium? Please rise, those from Belgium. Or they're participating virtually. Let's clap for them. Burundi. Thank you so much. China, we have delegates from China. Thank you so much. We have delegates from Comoros. Some delegates are participating virtually. It's an international conference, so we also have virtual presentation. Delegates from Kenya. Thank you so much. Nakaribu. Madagascar. Let's recognize them by clapping our hands. They are virtually participating. Malawi. Delegates from Malawi. Let's clap for them. Delegates from the Netherlands. Thank you for being with us. Delegates from Norway. They're participating virtually. Let's clap for them. Delegates from South Africa. Thank you so much. Delegates from South Korea. And plenty. Thank you so much for being with us. Delegates from Uganda. We have them present. Thank you so much. Delegates from the United Kingdom. Let's clap for them. They are participating virtually. Delegates from Zambia. Thank you so much. Before I introduce delegates from Tanzania, have I left out any country? You can shout out your country loud. DRC Congo, can you please rise? We recognize your presence. Thank you so much. Any other country? Now may I introduce all delegates coming from Tanzania, both mainland and Zanzibar. Can we all please rise and put our hands together? Fantastic. Guest of honor, and in a very special way, the children who led us through the national anthem and that of the East Africa community are coming from the Greenbelt Nursery and Primary School. If you can rise, children. Let's clap our hands together for them. Recognizing all invited guests, but in a very special way, I would like to also recognize the presence of Dr. Islam Mshenga, Principal Secretary, Second Vice President, Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. Delighted to have you with us, but I would also like to recognize in a very special way Dr. Islam, permanent principal secretary, second president, second president's office, Zanzibar, just introduced, and Mr. Seti, country representative for IFAD Project Tanzania. Guest of honor, we have very many players in the room, including our supporters and sponsors. Can you all please rise as well? IUCN and all other players in the sector, if you can please rise. We recognize your presence as well and your support. Members of the press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, kazi na utu. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Guest of honor, this is the 4th Fisheries and Aquaculture Research for Vibrant Blue Economy, which is guided by the scientific conference, which is guided by the theme, Fisheries and Aquaculture Research, Innovation and Management for a Sustainable Blue Economy. As we have started our journey towards Vision 2050, there's no better time to discuss how innovation and research will contribute towards that endeavor. Without further ado, guest of honor, allow me now to invite for the welcoming remarks our host, Dr. Kimirei, to come and give you a welcoming remark, to be followed by remarks from our partners. As he comes, let's extend a warm round of applause to him. Karibu sana, our host.
Good morning. Kazi na utu. Dear guests of honor, I wish to stand on the protocol that has already been said by the MC, and in the interest of time, to welcome you all here. The room seems to be full to capacity. We are delighted to host you, and I brought my twin. This is the DG for Zafiri, and I will wish him to say a few words before we proceed with the timetable.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Minister Dr. Bashiru, the Minister of Livestock and Fisheries Tanzania, and Deputy Ministers who are here today, PSCs, from Tanzania and Zanzibar, Deputy PSCs and the guests, protocol observed. Good morning. I'm so delighted to actually address this to you, to be given this opportunity to at least say the word of welcoming remark. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this conference, which is the 4th. We have started it a long time ago. We had the first one, today is the first one. We are working together closely. Tafiri and Zafiri, we are so twins, so we do our work together. So we're here today to actually hear from the scientists, policymakers. So let us use this opportunity to debate, to have dialogues together and discuss on how the science can be able to unlock the challenges we have in the fisheries sector, aquaculture, so that we can be able to improve our blue economy as it is visioned within the Vision 2050 of Tanzania as well as Zanzibar. With that few remarks, I'd like to say thank you very much and welcome to the conference. Thank you.
Now, Chair, allow me to mention just a few people I saw in the room whom were not introduced, and I think it's critical that they are recognized. There is a group of Fish Farmers Association. I see the chair and the secretary, Mzee Karage and Musiangi, I think. Please, if you can say hello. Yes. These are critical as we drive towards 2050 to increase the production of fish. And I don't think the US were mentioned in the countries. Please, if you can stand and say hello. Thank you. Makani.
Can we all please put our hands together for the DGs who've given us a warm welcome. Thank you so much. Guest of honor, allow me now to invite on behalf of all the partners, TNC, to come and give us a welcoming remark on behalf of all the partners that we have. These will then be followed by the remarks from the board chairman present, Karibu Sana TNC. As she comes, let's welcome her with a round of applause. Karibu Sana.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to see you all here, and a great honor to stand in front of you and representing other NGOs as well. On behalf of the Nature Conservancy, it is my great pleasure and honor to join you today for the opening ceremony of this conference here today. Allow me on the outset to extend my sincere congratulations to TAFIRI, Tanzania Fisheries Research Institute, for convening this important scientific platform. TAFIRI continues to play a vital national role in generating evidence, knowledge, innovation that is required for guiding sustainable management of fisheries resources and aquaculture as well. As an organization, for some of you who don't know the Nature Conservancy, or TNC, we are a global conservation organization that has been operating at the global level for over 75 years. So we bring quite a lot of experiences from around the world, and we link that with local knowledge to ensure that we're working together with the reliable and partners that are in the country that are supporting the management of our resources so that we can sustain them for our economic development and also for our people. So over these years, over 75 years, we've demonstrated that partnership is definitely absolutely very crucial, and it's the only way we can address these complex environmental changes. Working across sectors and across borders, TNC brings together science, innovation, local knowledge to conserve the lands and waters on which life depends. In Africa, we have been operating here for over 20 years, Tanzania being our first country. As far as aquatic and marine resources are concerned, the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries has been our greatest partner. Thank you very much for your collaboration. As far as research is concerned, we've been working very closely with TAFIRI and the Institute of Marine Sciences. And over these years that we've worked mostly along Lake Tanganyika, absolutely important to have that science advising how we manage our resources, how we extract our resources. Borrowing from our colleagues from the Wildlife Department, we have Tanzania Wildlife Research Institute. It has been the guiding principle of how we use those resources there. And I'm so glad to see we're using the same methodologies as far as our fisheries resources are concerned. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, we believe that in order to ensure that we benefit from the resources that we've been blessed with, this science is very crucial. And to ensure that we work very closely for a longer period with the TAFIRI, we have recently signed a memorandum of understanding this last year in October, and this provides a framework for advancing our scientific research, sustainable fisheries management, biodiversity conservation, and evidence-informed decision-making for both our freshwater and coastal resources. And this support has extended all the way to all the Lake Tanganyika basin that is shared among 4 countries, but also along our Western Indian Ocean. In addition, TNC, in collaboration with the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries through the Directorate of Fisheries and Aquaculture, is in the early stages of supporting an initiative to strengthen fisheries governance in the country through the establishment of National Electronic Fisher Identification System. The system is expected to provide registered fishers with secure electronic identification cards that are linked together with their national identification, the National Identification Authority database. So the pilot phase is anticipated to start in our Lake Tanganyika and also in Tanga within the Western Indian Ocean. Together, these areas of collaboration reflect our shared commitment to sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, protection, management, biodiversity conservation, and absolutely more important, the monitoring systems of our marine and freshwater systems. I must say, when Tanzania is very, when we have this data, it supports also, it supports the country internationally Increasingly, we've been seeing other countries making commitment to 100% transparency as far as the deep sea fisheries is concerned. We cannot do this if we don't have TAFIRI together with DFSA supporting us. And when we are able to do this, it means we can even get international markets. So if we are to sell our resources and really benefit from our blue economy, we need the likes of TAFIRI to guide us how we do that. And when we have that international respect, that's when we can tap into international markets. Otherwise, you know, we can't maximize our blue economy that we are anticipating and that our president is really asking us to achieve. So thank you very much, TAFIRI, for that guidance and that scientific support. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania is endowed with aquatic resources, many immense aquatic resources that sustain our economies and the livelihoods of our people. Yet these resources, I think it's no-brainer, they are under exceeding pressure. So not only from over-extraction, but also climate change, the issues of habitat destruction, and the rising demand. I mean, the population is growing. So responding effectively requires, again, collaboration among scientists, policymakers, communities, civil society, the private sector, and development partners. Thank you. I see our colleagues IUCN, who has provided a lot of support. The European Union and others have been providing a lot of support, you know, putting more support in the things that we're doing here, whether it's through NGOs or through the government. So we appreciate that. And we really like to say that as an organization, we are encouraged by these conferences' focus on fisheries and aquaculture research as a driver of sustainable and inclusive blue economy. We hope that the deliberations from this gathering will help to inform policy, support adaptive management, and strengthen resilience among coastal and freshwater communities around the country. Looking ahead, TNC remains committed to working alongside TAFIRI, the government institutions, communities, fellow NGOs, development partners to support research, capacity development, data-driven decision-making, natural climate solution, and innovative technologies that strengthen sustainable fisheries management. Our collaboration on ecosystem valuation, fisheries data, and broader conservation initiatives underscores the value of partnership in addressing complex environmental challenges. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, to wind up, I would say the future of Tanzania's blue economy depends on our collective ability to turn science into action, knowledge into sound decisions, and partnerships into lasting impact. Let us use this conference to strengthen collaboration, inspire innovation, and adapt and advance practical solutions that benefit people and nature. I wish all the participants very fruitful deliberations, productive exchanges, and a successful conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, the Nature Conservancy, for those candid remarks. Guest of honor, allow me, as we celebrate the spirit of partnership, to also invite IUCN to also come and give their brief remarks, to be followed by, later on the program, guest of honor, you'll be launching a report. So after the brief remarks by IUCN, allow me to also request FAO to tell us briefly about the report so that when you come to launch, you're already aware what the report entails. But for now, let's put our hands together for IUCN as FAO prepares. Karibu sana.
Habari za asubuhi. Naona sauti sio kubwa. Mheshimiwa Waziri, naomba turuhusu tena niseme. Habari ni za asubuhi. Fikira sasa tuko sawa. So okay, thank you. Guest of honor, Honorable Minister, for the Minister of Livestock and Fisheries, I'm standing here on behalf of the IUCN country representative, Mr. Charles Olochina, could not be here because of other commitments. But allow me to say a few words on his behalf. We are very thankful for the Tafili, and of course also the Minister of Livestock and the Fisheries as our partner, as we gather here this morning to celebrate the 4th Tafili's conference. I think last year we were in Arusha, if I'm not mistaken, but we've been following up on this progress and the outcome of the conference. So it's a great honor as IUCN, as an international union for conservation of nature, to join this important 4th Tafili Fisheries and Aquaculture Research for Innovations and Management Conference. So the theme of this conference speaks directly to one of the defining opportunities of our times. So how can we use science, innovations, and sound management to unlock the economic potential of our ocean, while at the same time ensuring that marine ecosystems remain healthy and productive, not only for ourselves, but for the generation to come. At IUCN, we strongly believe that sustainable blue economy must be founded on earth, oceans, credible science, strong institutions empowered by the coastal communities. So I'm happy to see that we have members from the coastal communities with us here today. So that signifies the importance of the coastal community in moving forward. So in Tanzania, IUCN is proud to contribute to this agenda through various initiatives. I'll mention just a few. We have the FAR4ViBE CONFERENCE project supported by the European Union. The project does work across mainland Tanzania and in Zanzibar to strengthening marine governance, biodiversity conservation, climate resilience, sustainable livelihoods, blue and green economy initiatives. We work on plastics reductions, and of course also research and knowledge generations. In addition, we also have another project, Bahari Mali, funded by the Irish Aid, work in a similar way as Bahari Yetu. So our work also work, our project also work to connect the great initiatives, what we call in IUCN the Great Blue Wall. It's an African-led initiative seeking to connect the seascape, restore blue ecosystems, build regenerative blue economies across the Western Indian Ocean, and at the same time make sure that the communities, they are also benefiting from the marine resources. So we are equally investing in understanding emerging ocean challenges. We work closely with the Tafili in supporting what we call ocean acidification monitoring. We believe that if we are better positions to understand what's happening in our water, then we can be better placed in terms of management. So these experiences reinforce one of the important messages. We cannot manage what we do not understand, and we cannot sustainably develop what we do not manage well. So this is why our partnership with the government is important. We have a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Blue Economy and Fisheries. So the permanent secretary is here. And we are also doing the same. It's also, I believe, work in progress with the Ministry of Livestock and the Fisheries. My understanding is almost to the signing stage. So the future of the Tanzanian fisheries and aquaculture sector will depend on increasing on our ability to transform research into solutions that can improve productivity, support sustainable livelihoods, guide investment, strengthen fisheries management, and respond to the climate change and emerging pressure. So with those few words, Honorable Minister, I wish to extend IUCN greetings and of course also reaffirm our commitment to work alongside the government, TAFIRI, ZAFIRI, and all other institutes under the ministry, not forgetting communities, private sector, development partners, to make sure that we are building earth oceans, resilience communities, and a truly sustainable and inclusive blue economy for all Tanzanians. So I wish all of you a fruitful deliberation, meaningful partnership, and practical outcomes from this important conference. So thank you very much for your time, and I wish you a successful conference. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, IUCN, for your candid remarks. Guest of honor, later on after your speech, you will be launching a report dubbed the Bottom Habitat Mapping Report. And allow me to grant the room to Mr. Hashim Chande Mumin, who is also representing the FAO country representative, to briefly tell us what this report, very briefly tell us what this report entails, and then I will request you that I invite the permanent secretary, who will then come and invite you for your speech. But for now, with your permission, guest of honor, let's put our hands together for Mr. Hashim from FAO for a brief, very brief presentation on the report. Karibu.
Dear guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Livestock and Fisheries, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, all protocol observed. Good morning. On behalf of FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and our Director General, Mr. Q Diong, it is my pleasure, a great pleasure, to join you in this auspicious occasion. Today we are launching the report of survey conducted in Tanzania, Tanzania waters in 2025, aboard the research vessels Dr. Fridtjof Nansen. This particular survey undertook benthic habitat mapping, focusing on deep mesophotic reef in northern United Republic of Tanzania, carries out from 10th to 20th October 2025. It forms part of Nansen, EF Nansen program, a program built on more than 50 years of operation, working today to support sustainable fisheries management and strengthening food and nutrition security across partner countries in Africa and Bay of Bengal. This program now works in 33 countries across this region, and Tanzania is one of them. I want to take this moment to thank government of Tanzania and government of Norway for its unwavering support and partnership. Over the past decades, Norwegian funding has been absolutely crucial in advancing sustainable fisheries management and safeguarding marine resources. Since founding 1975, EF Nansen program has transformed fisheries research and management across Africa, Tanzania included. The vessel visited in 2023, again in 2025, and will return next month in 2026. Each visiting delivering critical scientific data that shapes policy strategy for sustainable marine resources management. In many countries, this data remain single most reliable source of information on fishery resources, a true national asset for informed decision-making. As a coastal nation, Tanzania depends deeply on its marine resources for food security, for economic development, for the well-being of people. FAO recognized just how critical sustainable fisheries are, and we remain committed to working hand in hand with government, local communities, and international partners to achieve the shared goal. Under FAO Blue Transformation Vision, we are working to make aquatic food system more productive, more resilient, and more inclusive. These visions align with our broader mission: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life for all, leaving no one behind. Through the EF Nansen program, FAO has played a vital role in strengthening Tanzanian institutions, promoting sustainable fisheries practice, and improving the well-being of coastal community. Dr. Fridtjof Nansen has fostered genuine collaboration among scientists, government agencies, and local stakeholders, ensuring that we learn from its research translates into real sustainable action. FAO is proud to be part of this journey, and we remain fully dedicated to support Tanzania through technical assistance, capacity building, and sharing of knowledge for many years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hashim Chande Mumin, representing the FAO Country Director, for your remarks as well. Guest of honor, allow me now to invite to the podium Ms. Agnes Kisaka Mena, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, for a brief remarks, and then extend an invitation to you for your speech. As she's here, let's give a big round of applause. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Guest of honor, honorable, to welcome you to officiate the FAR4ViBE Conference. Before that, officiate the FAR4ViBE Conference. Before that, allow me to thank all participants for dedicating your time to attend this conference. Guests of this meeting are sharing of fishery and aquaculture scientific findings, management practice, policy formulation dynamics, innovation and technology transfer, indigenous knowledge, among others. Guests of honor, this meeting is composed of diversified stakeholders, including policymakers, scientists, conservationists, managers, educators, fishers, and students from local, regional, and international. I do believe that the composition of participants in this room and those joining online speaks volume. Guest of honor, before inviting you, allow me, therefore, to kindly welcome you to the podium to launch the FAO EAF Nansen report on benthetic habitat mapping in Tanzania, and subsequently request you, Honorable Minister, to officiate the meeting through your opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Morning. I will start with this one who is laughing loudly. Mr. Seth, come and say good morning, just loudly. Mr. Seth, come and say good morning, just good morning. And then we have two individuals, the permanent secretaries, and they will start with, they are in ties, all of them. Doctor, please. This is the permanent secretary from the Prime Minister's office. Just good morning. And then your neighbor, the permanent secretary from the the second vice president, please. Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. And then there are two important individuals. One from Zanzibar, the other one from the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. The deputy ministers, one from Zanzibar, good morning, and then from the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, please. Thank you so much. We have a very rich program of 18 pages. Could you please clap your hand, because we are going to have you are going to have a very busy and productive week. And as I said, I want to acknowledge and thank everybody without wasting time. Distinguished delegates and researchers joining us from Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, Comoro, China, the Republic of Korea, Belgium, Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, and the United States, representatives from TAVIRI, the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, the Nanjing Institute of Geography and Limnology, Nanjing University of Science and Technology, and our university and civil society partners, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm told that this conference has drawn nearly 150 abstracts submitted by researchers from around the world. That reach on its own tells us something very important, that the challenges facing Lake Victoria, Lake Tanganyika, the Indian Ocean, and our wider blue economy are not challenges for Tanzania alone, or any single nation can solve alone. As transboundary as these waters and ecosystems are, we should our efforts. Also, this conference has come at an opportune moment for our country. Under the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, our government has launched the National Development Vision 2050, which charts out the path towards becoming a prosperous, industrialized, upper middle income economy of $1 trillion with poverty eradicated and prosperity shared among our people. The blue economy stands as one of the 9 pillars of that vision, alongside environmental conservation and climate resilience. What you are gathered here to discuss this week is not peripheral, but foundational to that national ambition. And you will agree with me, our national ambition is quite great. Ladies and gentlemen, as a researcher myself, I have had the privilege of reviewing the abstracts of the work you are bringing to this conference, and I'm struck by how closely it mirrors the priorities of my ministry. You are here to present the latest stock assessments of our small pelagic fisheries, the dagar, the anchovy, the sardines, that put protein on the tables of millions of our citizens and livelihoods in the hands of our fishing communities. You are examining how climate change and the 2024 El Nino event have reshaped our coral reefs from Tanga to Pemba, and what it will take to rebuild them. And I'm told the El Nino, which is supercharged, is coming, and we need to prepare. You are also tracking cyanobacterial blooms, nutrient loading, and the long-term health of Lake Victoria and Lake Tanganyika, the lakes that do not belong to any one country, but to the regions we all share. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm equally encouraged by the breadth beyond biology. I see studies on the governance of the blue economy policies, on gender-based constraints in the dagaa value chain, and on food safety and security, on illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and on the digital transformation of our fisheries and our institutions. This is exactly the kind of science my ministry needs. Not science that stays on the shelf, but science that speaks directly to policy, to execution, and to the daily lives of fisher folks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a fact that science is collaborative. The presence of colleagues from the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, from Nanjing University, and the Nanjing Institute of Geography and Limnology of the Chinese Academy of Science, the United States, from Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, and Comoros, is a reminder that the Great Lakes and the Western Indian Ocean are shared inheritances. Lake Tanganyika alone serves 4 nations. Lake Victoria touches 3 nations. Our fish stocks do not carry passports, and our research should not either. I thank our international partners for the technology, the training, the collaborative spirit you continue to bring to this region. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to raise 2 important matters I consider central to the ministry's mandate and to the Vision 2050 itself. The first is quality seeds through improved breeds. We cannot multiply the productivity of our aquaculture sector and all the stock alone. I have seen in your program the work being done on hatchery conditions, on comparative growth of performance in Nile tilapia, and on locally available feed ingredients. And I want to use this platform to issue a direct, kind call. We must accelerate the breeding and the multiplication of improved, fast-growing, disease-resistant fish strains and put them within reach of the ordinary farmer. Elsewhere, on this continent and in Asia, genetically improved tilapia strains have significantly transformed smallholder yields. Too much of our own broodstock is still uncontrolled, inbred, or imported at a cost few small farmers can afford. I'm directing TAFIRI, FETA, and the aquaculture resource centers under my ministry, and urge universities, private fish farmers, and research partners in this room to make broodstock improvement and quality seed production a national priority, so that better breeds become as ordinary as part of Tanzanian aquaculture as the pond itself. With improved breeds, we can increase fish production and therefore food and nutrition security of our populace. Ladies and gentlemen, the second is quality feeds. It is an open secret that feeds are extremely important inputs required to transform the aquaculture industry in the United Republic of Tanzania and the East African country, the East African Community region for that matter. I'm told that this was also insisted during the third conference in Arusha in 2024. I understand that efforts are underway to significantly address this matter through both government and private sector efforts. I have, for example, visited a couple of feed plants, and they are owned by investors, and have been to 2 small-scale feed plants owned by Tafiri, one at Sota in Rorya and another in Nyegezi in Mwanza. I understand that, for instance, Tafiri is focusing more on research to improve the quality of the feeds, which can then be commercialized. But that is not enough. We need to do more to help our farmers, small and large alike, to be able to strike the necessary balance and get to the 2050 vision ambition earlier than is anticipated. I'm therefore confident that it is possible. It is also doable, especially if we diligently work together. My ministry stands ready to not only guide the process, but offer a helping hand from the policy viewpoint. I ask this conference to treat the targets articulated in the 2050 vision and enshrined in the 5-year development plan number 4 and the fisheries sector master plan as shared benchmarks of success, one this ministry intends to reach well within the horizon of the 2050 vision. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania has been clear about what realizing this ambition will require. Under 2050 vision, we intend to grow the blue economy's contribution many times over, sustainably exploiting our marine and lake resources, expanding aquaculture, and investing in port and cold chain infrastructure so that more of the value of our fish is captured here at home by our own people and feeding our nation and building our economy. Our 4th 5-year National Development Plan, the first medium-term plan under this vision, together with our National Blue Economy Policy and the Blue Economy Investment Master Plan, now give us the instruments to act on that ambition, instrument this ministry intends to use fully, including a national marine spatial planning process, deep sea fishing development and transformation plan, and greater investment in seaweed farming and aquaculture. Ladies and gentlemen, none of this will be realized without the kind of rigorous and honest science you will present during this week. Your stock assessments will tell us what levels of harvest our lakes and coastal waters can sustain as we scale up production. Your work on coral, mangrove, and blue carbon system will inform how we protect the very ecosystems on which that growth depends. Your research on gender-based constraints in the value chain and on food safety and market access will help ensure that the growth is inclusive, reaching the women and men who work within the fisheries sector. And your work on digital systems and marine spatial data will help us plan and execute with precision what the DIRA 2050 demands of us. Ladies and gentlemen, my appeal to you over the coming 3 days is firm and straightforward. Do not let this research end in a conference hall. I kindly request you to ensure that recommendations that emerge from your sessions be compiled and brought up to my ministry so that they can feed directly into the implementation of our blue economy pillar under Vision 2050. We are ready to listen and we are ready to act. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, to your researchers from Tafiri and our sister institutions across Tanzania, thank you for the depth and volume of work you have brought to this conference. To our visiting delegates, thank you for making the journey to be with us and for the partnership you extend to this region and to my country. I wish you a productive, collegial, and consequential conference. May the ideas changed here in the coming days translate into healthier lakes, a stronger blue economy, and better livelihoods for the communities who depend on these waters, and may they carry us one step closer to the Tanzania envisioned under 2050 vision. I finally urge those of you who can spare your precious time to visit our beautiful tourist destinations of Serengeti, Kilimanjaro, and Zanzibar. Karibuni sana, asanteni sana, thank you, and God bless you all, and I'm ready now to officiate this important conference. Thank you.
Let's give Honorable Guest of Honor another big round of applause for having officiated our 2026 conference. But we're now going to witness the launch of the report that has already been introduced. Can I call upon onto the stage Honorable Deputy Minister from Zanzibar, DG Zafiri and DG Tafiri, as well as FAO, to please join Honorable Guest of Honor on the stage. So we are now witnessing the launch of the report, and we shall do the countdown. Can we all count down from 5? Okay, let's start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Honorable Minister, you can witness the report behind you. This is the launch report. Let's once again put our hands together. It is official. Thank you so much. Guest of honor, before you take your seat, can I request you once again that we take group photos and then we allow you to proceed on to the next agenda. May I request the members of the high table to please join us on the stage. We will take these pictures standing, so we do not take a lot of time. Tutasimama hapa. Kwanza tupige hapa juu, alafu tutashuka chini as I call the groups. So the first photo is with the high table, to be followed by all the government officials present. So Honorable the Deputy Permanent, the Permanent Secretaries and Principal Secretaries present, and other government officials present. You'll join on to the next photo. Partners and sponsors, international delegates, speakers, TAFIRI Organizing Committee, retired DGs, and Greenbelt students. Naomba sasa niwashushe hapa chini. Tusimame hapa chini. Ninapowaleta makatibu wetu wakuu, manaibu katibu wakuu, mliopo, karibuni. wawakilishi wote wanaotoka serikalini, wafanyakazi kutoka wizarani, both mainland and Zanzibar. Please join us onto the next photo. Delegates from the public sector working in the ministries, any respective ministry, please join us onto the photo, to be followed by all our partners and sponsors. Naomba tuwape nafasi. May I request international delegates present to please come towards the stage. All international delegates, all delegates coming from outside Tanzania to please join us onto the stage. Naomba tusogee washiriki kushoto kwetu, tusogee kushoto. Let's move towards our left-hand side. International delegates, you'll take the next one. For now, let's just stay here. International delegates will take the next photo. This one is all government employees. Asante sana. May I call upon international delegates? Please join us onto the next photo, to be followed by all our partners and sponsors. Partners and sponsors will come in next after international delegates. Being an international conference, we truly once again thank you and continue to extend a warm welcome that was given by our honorable guest of honor to enjoy your stay in Tanzania, both mainland and Zanzibar. If you can come to the front, come this side. Thank you very much. Can I call upon partners and sponsors? Acknowledging the European Union, the Nature Conservancy, Nairobi Convention, University of Kentucky, FAO, Gaming Board of Tanzania, Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, Wildlife Conservation Society, and NIGLAS, as well as Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. Can we all please put our hands together for all our sponsors who've made this conference a great success? We have distinguished speakers. Can I call upon the speakers and panelists? Speakers, distinguished speakers, please come on to the next photo. Speakers, all the speakers, panelists, session chairs. This will be followed by TAFIRI management. We are really running short of time, so when I call, please make a haste to come to the stage. Organizing committee, retired DGs. Na watoto wangu naomba msogee huku mbele. Watoto wa green belts, naomba tusogee huku mbele kwa ajili ya picha na meza kuu. Management ya TAFIRI. TAFIRI. Naomba tuchangamke kidogo, naomba tuchangamke kidogo. Naomba organizing committee tujiandae. Watoto mtasubiri kidogo. Cha yetu ni ya mwisho kabisa, waziri afurahi na nyinyi. Organizing committee. Kule mwisho tusogee. Retired director generals, naomba mjiandae. Ikifuata inafuata organizing committee after this. Asante. Organizing committee, Organizing committee, naomba tuchangamke. Naomba tuchangamke. Asante. Naomba mwalimu walioambatana na so please, as they're on the stage, you will take that final song. Can we put our hands together for the organizing committee for a great work? Asante sana, kamati ya maandalizi, retired DGs. We still count on so much your support, guidance, wisdom. Na picha ya mwisho wanafunzi wa Green Belt. Wafanyakazi wa TAFIRI tupo? TAFIRI staff? Mnaweza mkakimbia hapa mara moja? Naomba mkimbie chap kabla sija. TAFIRI naomba tukimbie chap jukwani kabla sijawaleta watoto wangu. Mgeni rasmi. Ladies and gentlemen, in front of you are the future researchers and innovators into the fisheries and aquaculture. Let's encourage them by giving them a big round of applause as well. Researchers, innovators, and of course managers of the blue economy. Asante sana. Ule wimbo uko tayari? Can I request all of us to please be upstanding? Can we all rise? Let's all clap our hands as we allow the members of the high table to take leave. We shall take a 2-minute break and proceed on to the first session. Watoto tuendelee na kuimba. So we are proceeding with the performance by the children, but those who have come for the signing event, please proceed at Udzungwa, as well as the journalists, while the rest of us, let's take our seats and enjoy a beautiful performance by our children, and then we shall proceed on to the first panel session. Watoto karibuni. Asante, naomba tuwapigie tena makofi. Let's clap our hands for this wonderful children for such beautiful performance. Sijui mwalimu mmemaliza? Tumemaliza, eh? Hi, let's clap our hands as they exit the stage. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the first session, the plenary, which is going to look into invisible fish, invisible people, reframing small-scale fisheries in Africa's blue economy. The session will be moderated by Dr. Happy Peter from Tafiri. Let's put our hands together as she comes to take the floor. Karibu sana.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. The moderator just said you should put hands together for me, but they were very minimum. Can you just put hands together for me, please? And then the science part now starts, yeah? We are going to have our keynote speaker. Is a senior research officer from our institute, the very one from our own Tafiri. Is now doing his PhD in aquatic at SOAF, School of Science and Fisheries Technology at the University of Dar es Salaam. He has 15 years of experience in fisheries research, policy and socio-economics analysis across East Africa. His work focuses mostly in the small-scale fisheries governance, food system, and role of aquatic resources in improving livelihood and nutrition, particularly within Lake Victoria. Our keynote speaker holds a Master of Arts in Geography from the Memorial University of Newfoundland in Canada, a postgraduate qualification in fisheries policy and planning from the United Nations University in Iceland, and he has a bachelor degrees in sociology and anthropology from the University of Dar es Salaam. Through his career, our coming keynote speaker has contributed to numerous national and international research activities, mostly on the challenges in illegal and unprotected unregulated IUU fishing, climate change, adaptation, fisheries co-management. He has worked closely with the government, regional bodies, and international organizations, including FAO, L4, and the World Bank Supporting Program. He has authored and co-authored a wide range of peer-reviewed publications in leading journals. His work has been instrumental in advanced understanding on key stakeholders' participation, mental models, and a collaborative approach to fisheries management. Beyond research, our coming keynote speaker actively engaged with fishing community, supporting participatory approach that integrate local knowledge and to sustainable resource management. He also involved in the regional effort to strengthen the implementation of global framing, such as the small-scale fisheries guidelines, SSF guidelines, and volunteer guidelines on the responsibility governance of the nature, VGGT. For today, our coming keynote speaker will tell us about the narrative in the small-scale fisheries and food security. And then you will be wonder, what is he going to talk about? And the session itself says invisible fish, invisible people. Then you'll wonder, why invisible people or invisible fish? In reforming the small-scale fishers in African blue economy. So ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for our very one and only Joseph Luomba? The floor is yours.
As the speaker is coming, one of our dear participants has misplaced a wallet, a tiny wallet that has IDs, bank cards. If you've seen it, kindly pass it on to either the ushers or to myself, so we pass it back to her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Happy, for the nice introduction. So I think we can give the IT person some few minutes to make the setup. Okay. I think we can give the IT person some few minutes to make the setup. Okay, thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. As been introduced by Happy Peter, my names have not changed. I'm Joseph Luomba. I work with the Tanzania Fisheries Research Institute, based in Mwanza, and most of my research is on small-scale fisheries, particularly issues touching on governance, socioeconomics, value chain, and partly gender. But I've also done some work on climate change. Currently, I'm a student at the University of Dar es Salaam, School of Aquatic Sciences, Fisheries Technology. And my PhD is looking at food system, how we can utilize the small fish, the so-called dagaa, to address the micronutrient deficiencies within the Lake Victoria region. So, okay. In the past 2 or 3 decades, we've heard about blue economy. And more often when we talk about blue economy, we talk as blue economy representing sustainable development. We hear much about innovation, we hear much about investment, we hear much about jobs, but we hear less about the people and the resources that sustain blue economy. So today, my presentation is not simply about fisheries, but it is about visibility. It is about justice. It is about equity in the fisheries. Continue. Second slide, please. Next slide. No. The second one. No. This is the third one. Go to the second one. Yeah, that one. So, on the shores of Lake Victoria, early morning, when you visit one of the small fish landing sites, this is the scenario that you'll get. These Okay. These women you see here, they wake up as early as 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning. While the gentlemen you see at the back of the photo spend their nights on the lake. The fish that they catch and process feed millions, not only within the Lake Victoria region, but beyond. And today, they are the focus of my discussion, that I'm going to talk about these people and the fish resources that they catch and process as the invisible fish and invisible people. And so, my question that guides today's talk is on if a vibrant blue economy can overlook the people we saw and the small fish that sustain them. This is not about questioning the importance of blue economy, because it is important. It is not even questioning the need for economic growth, because that is a necessity. But it is just interrogating and asking ourselves, when we talk about growth, it is growth for whom? And when we talk about resources, it is growth based on what resources? And who is benefiting from these resources? So my talk today is going to look into how these small fish and the people that catch and process these small fish have been integrated into the blue economy. But before I proceed to that, I first went and looked into what the blue economy entails. And in the next slides, you will see the two photos. One photo represents an industrial fisheries, and the other one represents a small-scale fisheries. But in all these fisheries, the bottom line is that when we talk about blue economy, we mean using or sustainably utilizing the aquatic resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, and healthy ecosystem. It doesn't matter whether it is small scale, it doesn't matter whether it is an industrial fisheries. But more often there is an assumption that whenever we talk about economic growth, it automatically translates into justice. But literatures have shown us that economic growth does not necessarily or automatically translate into justice. It does not automatically translate into improved nutrition, nor does it automatically translate into equity. And so, the most important thing that we are going to look at today is the visibility of those people who depend on these resources and who also catch the fish that feeds the majority of the people within and beyond the lake. And in order to answer my question, I did a literature review. And continue, please. And the literature review focused on two databases mostly, the Web of Science and the Scopus. And this review was geared towards looking at the growth of blue economy science, and also looking at who produces this knowledge, and which aquatic system dominates the blue science, and more so, which theme or which topic is mostly discussed. So, as you will see in the second slide, continue please. Blue economy research has grown substantially. And this growth has been emerging because of the new phenomenon or new issues coming up within the blue economy itself. Issues to do with climate change, issues to do with biodiversity. All these have increased the publication in the blue economy science. But if you now go and look into the production of knowledge, continue please, you find that the knowledge production is skewed towards the global north, with the global south underrepresented. But what is most important here is not about whether we have the blue economy or not, but what kind of blue economy are we building? Whose voices shape the blue economy narratives, and whose choices are underrepresented in the blue economy narrative? So we find that the global south is underrepresented in the blue economy discourse. Continue, please. And my look also on the aquatic system that is dominating in the blue economy research. You find the marine and coastal dominate, while the inland waters, lakes, and wetlands are less prioritized in the blue science economy. And normally they say that what is invisible in policy is also invisible in investment. Policy shapes investment, and investment creates jobs and growth that we want in the blue economy. So something which is invisible is also invisible in data in itself. Continue, next slide. So here, looking at the topics that are discussed within the blue economy research, you find that issues to do with the small indigenous fish species, which I'm working on right now, issues to do with youth and small-scale fisheries and food security, they receive less attention to various bodies of research that are conducted by scholars on blue economy research. Continue. And now, this is now the most interesting part, and which has also formed the topic of my discussion today. That if you look at the distribution of the literatures, women, youth, small indigenous fish, justice and equity, all these receive limited or less attention to blue economy research. And you may wonder that why are we saying that the women, youth, and small fish and justice receive less attention in the blue economy? Because these are the invisible people. The women are the invisible people that ensure that they process the fish that we catch. They also handle the fish and take it to the market. And yet, there is very little focus on them, but there are also little focus on issues to do with justice, to do with equity. So this forms, and it's very important that this forms the basis of my presentation today when I refer to invisible fish and invisible people. Please continue. Now that I've discussed what the global trend is on the blue economy science, you may wonder as to why this now matters for Africa. Africa continent has diverse water system, and this water system provide food and security. They are also sources of livelihoods to majority of people, but this also contribute to the national government's revenue as well as income to people that depend on these resources. But if these water bodies remain invisible in research, particularly they will also remain invisible in policy, and that will also follow in terms of investment. So we may build a blue economy that is rich economically, but socially it is incomplete. And having now looked at the global scales, now I'm narrowing down to the Lake Victoria, where I'm doing my research. And within the Lake Victoria, the small fish, you can see that woman carrying fish on a basin. The fish just landed from the boat, but The daga fish employs many people. The fish is highly nutritious. The fish is widely consumed. But amidst all this consumption and the importance that this fish has, not all aspects of this fisheries is captured in our statistics or in our GDP. And the work that these women do in these fisheries are not well documented. Also, the household consumption. The information on household consumption on daga is very scanty. And so, this has contributed to less investment in the daga fisheries. And that's why I've titled that slide, it is the hidden backbone of the blue economy. Because this fisheries is rich in terms of economic, it's nutritionally valuable, but receive less attention in the policy. And when it receives less attention in the policy, that means also it receives less attention in the investment plans and any programs that are geared towards addressing micronutrient deficiency. Continue. So I'm going to start with the first case study. This case study is first of daga, which we've just talked about. This fish suffers from huge post-harvest losses. And the post-harvest losses has contributed to negative perception simply because of the way this fish is handled. And this has caused even the consumption sometimes to vary, with most of the middle class not opting for the fish because the way it is handled and processed. And so this fish, though economically important, nutritionally valuable, and yet it still remains invisible in the policies. And if you compare with some plant-based protein sources, the plant-based protein sources gets more attention within the policy, the nutrition policies are, than the small fish, which has got wide nutritious content. And the second case study is on the Nile perch. Nile perch is economically important fisheries resource within the Lake Victoria. But nowadays, there is different stakeholders' perception on the state of the fisheries. While others say that the catch per unit effort has increased, others will tell you that the fisheries has actually collapsed, which is not the case. And so, looking at the two case studies of the daga and the Nile perch fisheries, what is evident is that we do not, continue please. What is evident is that we do not have a policy problem because the policy exists, the management institutions exist, the management plans are in place. But what we are lacking is coordination. There is weak coordination between the institutions and agencies that manage these resources, and there's also an even inclusion of the stakeholders in the management of this resource. And that's why I term this as a governance gap, but not a policy problem. So this also became evident in the co-management set up within the given lake. The co-management ideally was established so that the government, the fishing community, and other stakeholders can share decision-making and also in the implementation. And it was based on having mutual trust and joint responsibilities. But the reality on the ground is that there is an elite capture within the BMU setup, the Beach Management Unit setup. There is power imbalance between the stakeholders that are in the wider co-management setup, but there are also inadequate support that this community generates from other stakeholders. In the post-harvest sector, there is huge post-harvest losses, particularly on the daga fisheries. So, but the most encouraging thing is we do not need to increase production. We only need to manage or to reduce losses and improve quality and also enable fairer market. And this is what I term the smartest investment that we can do in these fisheries to elevate its status and also to make it contribute effectively to food and nutrition security in Tanzania. And continue. Climate change has also been an issue that has been discussed in various literatures as something that affects ecosystem. But climate change does not only affect the ecosystem, it's also a social problem. And it is my belief that a community that is well governed, a community that is well aware, and a community that is powerful economically can adapt to climate change. So the institution and the people are also important in the climate change discourse as well as the ecosystem is. So after having said all this, now what kind of blue economy can we now say that this is what we can now do to build a vibrant and blue economy? We must first make the people to be important in any blue economy discourse that we make. We must make the people who catch and process the fish to be visible. Same as we make the biodiversity to be visible. These people should also be visible. And we also have to link the fish to nutrition policies. We shouldn't see fish only as a commodity for commercial purposes, but it should also be an important source for addressing nutrition. We need to invest more in research, develop the infrastructure that is required for improving the quality of fish. And also we have to strengthen the inclusive governance by bringing up all together all stakeholders that are involved in the management of the resource. And now, when rethinking about the blue economy research, we have 4 main pillars. We have the ecological sustainability, we have inclusive governance, we have nutrition and food security, we have equity and livelihoods. All these are very key to making a vibrant and blue economy. And we should make people to be at the center of this. And ecosystem should be the foundation and justice as the goal. So this is what I think should be the pillar of a vibrant blue economy. And after having said this, I now leave you with my final statement that a blue economy that counts on fish but not fishers, that values exports but not nutrition, and measures growth but not justice, can never be a truly vibrant blue economy. So we can make the women we see, we can make the fish that we saw to be visible. And in doing this, we can build just and a vibrant blue economy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Joseph. That was a very interesting topic. And since you have just used a very little time, we still have time for the coming session. And from what you have presented, there should be visibility, justice, and equity in order to have a compiled blue economy. We should not left others behind. And when you were touching about the women, I was just getting the goosebumps like, this is us. And then when you talk about the fishers, I'm a fisher by professional. So you touch both. So the small-scale fishers should not be left behind. And at the same time, the women that are participating, though at the moment they're invisible, but we should open our eyes and contribute them to the discussion so that what they are getting should be incorporated in the GDP also. We still have time, so I can, if we have questions and then any comments from the audience from what Joseph was presented. The floor is ours now. Karibu.
Two. Any question, comment, observation from the keynote? Two. If you can please stand, introduce yourself. And then.
Okay. Lucy Magembe, Country Director, the Nature Conservancy. I believe as far as resources are concerned, the market tends to drive almost everything. I've seen this having worked with the SACOT, the Southern Agricultural Growth Corridor of Tanzania. The South is the breadbasket of Tanzania, we've always known that. And the people who have the less nutrition also happen to be where is the food basket. Because in the end, the market drives and people need to sustain their lives and whatever you. So I would really like to hear your recommendation on how to build nutrition for the people who do the fish business. Thank you.
Asante, there's a hand at the back.
I think you should collect all at least 3 questions and
yes.
Then Joseph will respond, right?
Thank you, Abubakar Mbajo from FETA. My point of interest in the visibility in terms of processing. This kind of fish has been processed for the same techniques for quite years and years. So what is your opinion in terms of visibility as per changing the processing mode?
Asante sana. Final hand for round 1. Karibu.
Thank you.
Hold on. Just a disclaimer, okay? Kama unataka pia kuuliza swali kwa Kiswahili, jisikie huru kabisa. Sawa, eh? Karibu.
Thank you. I'm Alfred Muhongole. And thank you for good presentation. I have one concern on limited funding.
Thank you, audience. Luomba, can you come and respond to the questions? I've got 3 points of them. One was on the nutrition part, the visibility, and the limited resources fund.
Okay, thank you very much, audience, for the nice questions. To start with, the question of nutrition. This is a very interesting part. And just before I answer this question, I just want to give you a small story. When I was collecting my data, looking at why is it, I was trying to answer myself is that why is it that micronutrient deficiencies, particularly vitamin A, iron, zinc, and calcium along the Lake Victoria region. The TNC reports documents that. So I looked at why is this happening while people are consuming daga on a daily basis. So one thing I found interesting was that in as much as they may consume daga on a daily basis, but what an individual takes or what is allocated to an individual decreases with the size of the household. And the size, and the larger the households, the smaller the portion that the members of these households will consume. And as you may know, within that part of the world, it is the men who get a larger share. The children and women get small share. And these are the people who even the report documents that are suffering from micronutrient deficiency. So to answer your question, the issue of nutrition is also depending much on how we utilize the resource. It's not only about availability, because the availability does not automatically translate into utilization. And the case of daga best documents that in as much as the fish is available, but not utilized into a way that it will contribute to addressing the micronutrient deficiency. So that is the challenge that is facing people down there. There was issue of visibility. I know in the daga fisheries there have been a lot of post-harvest management investment that have taken place, but all these have not been adequate enough to address the challenge. Why? Because of the huge landing of daga, and these projects only address very small amount of the landed fish. So in as much as the people who have processed this product would want to compete with those who have not processed, then you find that you cannot compete as it is now, because the majority will still go for the low quality because of the low prices. But what is now being implemented, and there are certain mechanisms that have now been put in place by development partners. I know of one project by IFAD which is, will be taking place in Lake Victoria about the solar dryer system. But also in other places there are some other, these other technologies. So it's just a matter of trying which technology work best and which can be upscaled, so that even the fishers themselves can adapt to this technology. Because the key issue here is not only having that technology, but having that technology that fishers will accept and also adapt to it. Then that is the technology that I think can also help in making this fish visible and also reducing the post-harvest losses. In terms of limited funding, my discussion on limited funding was not on the fishers buying the processing facilities, but rather it was on limited funding to support co-management setup. Because the co-management, the way it was set up, it was established in such a way that it needed to get some sort of funding in order to implement its activities. But once the projects that established this co-management ended, and what we now have is just co-management on papers, but in reality, the BMUs are fragmented. You only find them in pockets of places. So it was funding to support the co-management and make it efficient and work. And this has not been the case. Thank you.
Do we have any other series of questions? Yes, please. Your good name and your question.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph, for the nice presentation. My name is Herb Ree of ITEC in Arusha, and I'm the managing director there. So thank you for identifying those gaps. And I understand a lot of focus has been and are being spent in the harvesting side. And I also wondering if there is any tangible and significant effort planned or ongoing for storage and processing side. Because especially when we have 2.1 gigawatt of new energy from the near power plant, even though we have some issues to transfer that power to the point of use, but perhaps we could start significant effort for cold chain and cold room, things like that. Do you have any comment on it?
Thank you very much. Any other question right behind you? And I'll come to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Editrude Rukanga from Mwanza. I'm the Executive Director of EMEDO, a national organization in support of small-scale fisheries. Joseph, I really enjoyed your presentation, and especially the story that you began with, sharing that women wake up very early in the morning, between 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. And also the fishers we saw in the picture, they were also in the waters for the whole night. It's really interesting.
We need to dip them in the water.
Surely. Yeah, so my interest is on the safety element and fish wakers. I also work in the small-scale fisheries, and I normally hear a lot of stories. And I'm just wondering if you also got something about the safety of the women who wake up very early in the morning. They go to the landing beaches, landing sites to fetch fish, but also the men fishers who spend the whole night in the waters with the environmental and climate changes. There are deep, waves, strong winds, poor visibility, and a number of them that have a huge impact on the safety of the fishers. So just wondering if you can say something about that, whether or not your study has realized anything around the safety. Thank you.
Asante sana. Kina mama wamefikiwa. Karibu.
Thank you very much. My name is Felista. I'm just working with a food processing company called Omros Food. My question for Mr. Joseph is, I just want to know what are the strategies that we have for the traceability system, because as we know now, we are struggling to move the manual traceability system to the digital traceability system, because now, like, we cannot penetrate with the first world market. Like, as a Tanzanians, I don't think we can export fish to Japan. We can only do to Europe, to some of the countries, because of the traceability system. It is only practical to us working with the processing, the stakeholders, but it is not so much educative to the women there, the artisanal fishers. I don't think they are well much educated about the importance of it, how they can benefit from the traceability system. How do they improve their lives by recording or by keeping the information? I think they lack that information. My question is, on your research, have you ever encountered with those women? Like, how do you make sure that educating them, like, what this traceability system, if you record this information, or if you put the track of everything that you got, they will be beneficial to you, so as they can have a sustainable economy. I don't think that my question is clear, but I hope you understand it. Thank you very much.
Well understood. Thank you very much for your question, Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker.
thank you, audience. Rumba, you can come, and then in summary, the significant efforts in making the facilities for the processing of fish, and then the safety of women, and then the fishers at sea. Because women, not necessarily at the beach, but if it's early at that time, coming from their home, from the process, before even getting to the lake itself, or at the beach itself. So the safety, have you considered, oh, it is in your study? And then Felista also asked on the issue on the traceability. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, first I'll start with the issue of cold chain system. Yes, cold chain system is one of the suggestions that have been floated out there to help in improving the quality of small fish. And I know that FAO, if Hashim was here, and also I think Wild Fish, they're trying to do something on that line, particularly on the dagar from the marine. They're trying to look into how to utilize the cold chain system in improving the quality of dagar. That is as far as I know. But on the fresh waters of Lake Victoria, this is something that has not been discussed, but we only think about improving the processing by having solar dryers that can dry the fish so that it maintains the quality. Now, concerning the safety of women and men on the lake, and that is why in my presentation, it was a kind of provocative, that we should also think about the safety of these women, because I know of instances where some of them have faced some serious challenges when they are moving to the landing site. There are certain things that have happened to them, and in as much as my study is not focused on their safety, but my presentation focused on them, and that's why we are saying, when we talk about justice, justice is a very wide terminology, but also it entails the safety of yourself and of your neighbor. So if these women fishers wake up as early as 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning, yet we as researchers, we never do a lot of research on them and how to come up with measures to guarantee their safety. So in my presentation, that was a provocative in order so that we also look into the ways that we can look at their safety. But also on the men, the fishing crew that are working on the lake. I know that you are doing some work on the droning, and I know that FETA at one time was also doing this on the Lake Victoria, that they were training even the fishing crews, those who went into the fishery without knowing how to swim. So FETA was training them, giving them the skills so that they can know how to swim and even help themselves whenever there is those challenges that are coming. So I don't know if this is still continuing or it's stopped, but issues to do with the safety of both men and women is a justice issue. So when we talk about the small-scale fisheries, and also when we talk about the people, we also need to look at their safety as well. And then the last one was on strategies of traceability. Traceability entails so many things. And first, before you have that traceability, you need first to improve on the way that we harvest this fish. I know on the Lake Victoria, this is something that has not been done, but I know on the marine, I think there's some work that was done on the octopus and maybe another fishery. But so far on the Lake Victoria, we have not conducted or improved and come up with the traceabilities that can enable maybe dagar to reach into that stage, because we are still struggling how to improve the quality and how to reduce the post-harvest losses first. So until we come up with a good mechanism or strategies of first addressing this real problem that is facing the people, because the market is always there. But we don't want to continue feeding our people on low-quality food product, and that's why there is a lot of efforts that are going on into improving the quality of this dagar. But it is something that it is being thought of at the regional level, but we must first start from somewhere, improving the quality and reducing the post-harvest losses, and then we now go to that level. Thank you.
If you have more questions, okay. Thank you very much. And then let's put hands together for Joseph. And for me. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
So thank you once again to the keynote speaker, Joseph Onyango Luomba, Senior Researcher and Officer at Tafiri, for fantastic keynote, but also being able to respond to very difficult and challenging questions from the audience. I would now like to invite Dr. Emmanuel Sweke. Dr. Emmanuel Sweke is coming to moderate onto the next session that is going to look onto the stock status, challenges, emerging issues, and possible solutions for Lake Victoria sustainability. As he comes, let's extend a warm round of applause to him. Karibu sana, Dr. Seke.
Hello. Good morning. Seems you are sleeping, right? Yeah, this is a special session, and we are all special, right? So we have to wake up. So thank you very much, MC, for this opportunity. As you are aware, we are going to have the first special session on stock status, challenges, emerging issues, and the possible solutions for Victoria sustainability. So we are having a speaker, but after the speaker, our actual speaker will use about 20 minutes to give the talk, and then later we'll have a panel discussion. And I hope all the panelists are around. I hope Dr. Baraka Sakadeni is around, but also Dr. Nazeri Madala, Dr. Christopher Aura, Ms. Joyce Nyeko, Dr. Robert Kayanda, and the Baraka Karangai. Just to prepare them just immediately after the panel, the talk, we welcome them for the panel discussion. Distinguished participants, it's a great pleasure to moderate this special session on Lake Victoria. I think we are all quite aware of Lake Victoria. This lake is just not a water body that is shared by 3 countries, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, but it is an important ecosystem that supports millions of citizens by providing food, jobs, but also safe for the culture and economic development. My poor statistics show that the lake annually it produces about 1 million tons per year. that is valued at around 850 million USD. But these numbers, they are quite impressive. But we are also aware that the Lake Victoria resilience is tested. It is tested by a number of issues, including the illegal, unregulated, and unreported fisheries. But also, the climate change, we can't ignore. It is happening. The ecological degradation as well also is taking place, and also another number of issues that the speaker will give us. So perhaps the issue of Lake Victoria is not simply how much fish in the lake, but how much Lake Victoria will remain for generations for us. This is the most important thing. So the lake being shared, it's also very important to note that our science also must be shared. Our management should be managed. And our political commitment should be equally scaled up to tackle the challenges. So today, we are lucky that we have very senior scientists who have worked for quite a long time within the lake. But most important, we have the speaker who is also well influenced. I was given his biography. It's actually quite long, but I can't read it here. But just simply to introduce him, Dr. Tabu Mnyaho. Dr. Tabu Mnyaho is a Ugandan fishery scientist and a blue economy specialist with over 25 years of extensive experience in the fisheries, research, aquatic resource management, and the regional policy coordination across East Africa. This gentleman is standing in front of us possesses advanced expertise in hydroacoustic stock assessment, small pelagic fisheries dynamics, fish population ecology, ecosystem-based management, and evidence-based policy formulation. Currently, he is the Director of International Blue Economy Solutions, we call it iBlues, Uganda Limited, a scientific consultant firm he founded to support governments, regional institutions, and the communities in sustainable fisheries, environmental management, and the blue economy development. So Dr. Tabu continues to make significant contributions to sustainable fisheries governance and blue economy innovation in Africa Great Lakes region. Therefore, before we give him the 20 minutes, we trust that Dr. Tabu will make the talk, will give justice to the talk. I think he's well known in East Africa. He has been giving a number of talks since the first meeting of this kind, and we hope that we'll all enjoy. So don't sleep. I'm sure he'll make you awake. Dr. Tabu, you are welcome. So, can we clap more hands? Dr. Tabu, karibu sana.
Asante sana ndugu yangu. When you are introduced by somebody who knows a lot about you, it speaks a lot of volumes. And I really appreciate it and don't take it for granted. Thank you very much. And I also take this very opportunity to appreciate Tafiri and the entire team in URT for considering me. I have been at all the past FAR4ViBE, including this one. And today I've been given this opportunity to share that topic on the stocks, the changes we shall see in Lake Victoria. Our brother has given us something. But before I say that, I want to recognize my co-authors. I have a good number of who are present here. Kindly stand up. I have Robert Kayanda here. I have Dr. Chris Aura somewhere. I have Chris Nyamweya also present. And then the other two, Lise and Rukunya, who are not here. So we are going to discuss this topic, and hopefully it takes us to where we want to go. So that is going to be our overview. Just look at, first of all, Lake Victoria, try to look at the numbers, and then observe some changes we have seen, and then eventually look at how management in the lake has always responded. Then we shall now look at some prospects for making sure that the lake stays for many years to come. So, thank you. My facilitator and moderator of this session has already given these statistics, and therefore allow me leave them as he has given them. He has given the size of the lake, has given the number of, and also mentioned the 3 countries sharing. But I only add the 2 here, Rwanda and Burundi, who also contribute to the basin and are also affected. And among the people he has mentioned, who over 800 plus human beings enjoying this lake directly, but about 4.5 million people also along the value chain as we move on. So it is a big investment in the continent. Now, the original Lake Victoria. This is the Lake Victoria that had our fathers and grandmothers. They had a multi-species fishery, so many species as you look at them. And in the center here, we have those cichlids, which were very beautiful, and the majority of the lake, at that time, about 80% of the biomass in the lake was composed of that. And now, I know later on, Dr. Mary Kishe here and Professor Ole will talk a little bit more about those hoplochromines. So what do we do? Now, when we found that this lake was full of those small things, we said we should now try to change the environment as human beings. And what we did was to think of introductions. So we introduced typically 2 types of fish. The first one is the predator, Nile perch. When we have been mentioning that Nile perch was introduced by the time of the colonial time, people have been thinking that Nile perch maybe is imported, is exotic. Nile perch is typical, coming from the same system here. It was simply picked from Lake Albert, which is in Uganda, along Uganda and DRC border, and Lake Turkana in Kenya. Actually, the statistics give only 8 specimens in Turkana were picked and put in Kisumu there. Then about 350 specimens, 352 specimens in Lake Victoria, official stocking. But there was some unofficial stocking done at the source of the Nile where people were putting there within those periods. And the purpose is most important. The first, those unofficial ones were mainly for sports fishing. But the official one was to convert these small fish into the fish that can sit on the table and be enjoyed by the population. So, when the lake fish entered, what happened? We want to look at now the figures. So here, I am trying to give you what has happened with the stocks in the fish. We are now counting fish, and that's one of the places that he was introducing me that I've been into. So when we are estimating, we divide that lake into square kilometers. And when we look at now the standing stock, how much there is in the lake, we find that over the period from around 2007 to almost 2021, the changes have only been, the oscillations have been between 4.5 tons per every square kilometer to 7.5, the highest. And there have been changes up and down. This is normal in a situation, in a system, and this has been done through our acoustic surveys. And we have also found that these things are really adding up, and we find that, however, the changes of what we have been expecting, that there's complete recovery, has not been there as much as for us to talk about. Now, when you look at the Nile perch, and as the principal species for the value chain, it is actually now the one which drives the value chain in Lake Victoria. We came up with ideas and said, now, to harvest it sustainably, let us put what is called a slot size, between 50 and 85, so that we protect the younger ones and also protect the mature breeding fish. But the recovery has not come as we tried. There has been enforcement. I will also talk about that in the few slides to come. So we needed to manage this lake on a wide species directory. So one of the things that I want to mention here is that there is now a new fish, which I have called the aquatic gold, and that is the fish maw. The fish maw, when a fish is still holding that inside it, it is very expensive. The moment they cut and remove that one, the flesh that remains drops significantly. So that is the one driving now the harvest of large fish, and we will need to control that. But there are also other important species in the lake, and the two important ones is the tilapia and the dagar. When I talked about the introduction, I talked about Nile perch, but this one was also introduced, and it also came from the same system, plus other species associated to it. So, but we have looked at, we said, when we were preparing our management plans, that we wanted to recover to at least a sustainable production of 51,000 tons. We have not been able to achieve that up to now. We are still fighting, but now we see no clear recovery signal, but there's now cage and sand mining coming into the area where this fish is supposed to reproduce. That's the near shore areas, and you know what that means. So we need to gazette these areas and protect them. But there's also now dagar, which my brother Luomba has been talking about. This one remains the largest which is produced by both weight, and even the acoustics have also indicated that the abundance is also accounting for the largest quantity, as we shall see in a few figures to come. But the biomass is favorable, but much of it goes to animal feed because of the harvesting, which the handling, which my brother has been talking about. Now we come to some interactions in management. We have shown that these species there are two other important ones. The haplochromines, the original 80% of the lake, which now when Nile perch was put there, I never told you about this, we did these terms of reference that go and feed on those small ones, convert them into a fish which can be done. It entered the lake and accepted the terms of reference. And it did that accordingly, reducing them. But in recent surveys, we have found that they are recovering, and together with now a new prawn called Caridaina. This one is coming to support, and they are now, both of them, very important feed for Nile perch. And we have tried to see that these fishes now interact. Dagar is also very important, competing with space with Nile perch, and also in performance in both economical. I will give a few figures to differentiate the two. But then our scientists have done modeling, and this modeling has proved that these interactions are real and we must respect them. Now, let us look at again these ones here. So this is the Nile perch. For starters, who may not have known the fish we are talking of, a fish that is being carried by two continents in order to lift it up. And when you look at here, this graph is giving us what's happened. Before 1960s, that's before introduction, the catches coming out of the lake was very little. But what happened now when it started in the 1980s, this dark is now the Nile perch. Nile perch started coming in and came up to some 250,000, almost 300, but now has stabilized around just about 100,000 tons, you can see that. But what has also come out, the coming up of Nile perch also unlocked dagar. And dagar also, which was also invisible here, came in this shaded part. And you can see now, accounting for a very large portion here, Then the others, which include now this tilapia and the haplochromines and the ones I've been talking of, are also there, still surviving. But what is important in here is when you look at this, that's now the catch rates. Somebody wakes up, goes in the lake to catch something. They have been trying to see what is happening, what you catch. But when you check from the catch tried to raise from 1975, when now this system started, and we started seeing catch going up, but now after reaching somewhere, it is continuously going down. It means that the people are investing in, you go fishing, but what you are getting now per capita is actually small. And that is simply because a lot of fishermen who are entering the system, as I will show in the next slides, are coming to catch the fish, but the fish stock has not moved to the same level. So you are all running after the little fish that is available. So when you look at these figures, what is interesting, Nile perch accounts for about 25% of the catch. But it is very important that when you come to the value, it is a valuable fish. It takes about 53%. Dagar accounts for almost 44% of the catch, but only about 12% of the value, which is really sad. Then the tilapia, about 9%, but also about 16%, and then others, about 22% to this. So this, the total, my moderator talked about this, that we are able to produce over 1 million tons and valued over 800,000 US dollars. Now, let us look at other figures. What is driving this? We are now looking at the drivers. All these ones, you may not see the actual sizes here, but I really appreciate the ones who gave this system. It shows now the sizes people can see. All these are gears. The numbers of gears are increasing by year. You can see this one increasing, that one increasing, this one, that one. Story is the same. Then you go there, and that's now the one driving the industry. And it's driving it through overfishing, use of those IUU gears, illegal gears, and then increasing fishing effort. But we also have pollution, which I'll talk a bit about, but my brother Joseph has talked about it, Paulo, I mean. So here we now come to, I wanted this idea, and this is now evidence of overfishing. My brother somewhere in South Africa was presenting this, and he said, this is buildings on a small island. This island is located in the center of Lake Victoria, almost at the area where the three borders, you know, Lake Victoria is the only place on earth where the borders between Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania meet. This island, we only missed by chance, but it would have been at that center, and all the three countries would be contesting for it. But fortunately, it's only about 5 nautical miles away from the border between that where it is and the border with Tanzania. So Tanzania stays safe. Then Kenya and Uganda are competing for it. And that's why my brother said, Africa's blue economy, crowded and contested. So let us look at further figures. We tried to engage when we are preparing for a new management plan for the lake. We engaged the communities to understand, do these people know what is driving this fishery? And when you look at this graph, all what is red indicates that the people are agreeing that the fish is declining. So you can only see very few green. That's only, and it only came in areas of Dagar, where people say Dagar is increasing, but the rest are all agreeing with decline. Then we went to ask them, what could be driving this decline? And as you can see from this area, as you move this way, over 60% over this level are all agreeing over these 3 points. Overfishing, illegal gears, and the IUU our guest of honor was talking about this morning. These are serious issues that we need to look at. My brother Luomba talked about environmental issues, and I will not add anything. I will only say, take what he has said, but only emphasize that because we are clearing this environment, we have moved to what is supposed to be a blue economy. Maybe we shall now call it a brown economy. Things that worries everybody. And you can see our things going there. These Bazukulu, in Uganda we call them Bazukulu, the grandchildren, are being stuck in the issues of the lake. Now, my brother has also talked about now what management has tried to do. And we have moved into what we call core management. And in our core management strategies, they have emphasized And this one's Luomba already talked about: participation, shared monitoring, control, and surveillance, decentralization, transparency, and being adaptive. And I will not say much more than what my brother has already explained as an expert in that area. I will only take you to this area. And I like, when I reach this area, I'm looking at the chronology of events, what has happened. Since 1901, and this is the year, for starters, when the railway line reached what we was called Port Florence, that's Kisumu, and now many things came in, nylon gill nets, and now effort was focused on the lake. Then we came to the second phase. This period is when Graham, the first scientist to do a survey, I will talk about it in the last slide, so let me leave it at that. Then here is where I always say, where the rain started beating us. These two stronger lines. And where the rain started beating us is when we started bringing in those fish in the 1950s onwards, and then the changes which have been there. And then lastly, the period when we are trying now to struggle with the management, with so many management plans, as you can see here, that have been evolved along the time. So, this one has also been described by my brother, especially on the issues of core management. And when you are doing, in Lake Victoria, we established about 1,000 plus beach management units. And we always say this represents the most extensive experiment with core management ever done on African continent. Okay. So that shows how we have moved, and we really needed to see that. So I want to compare what happens in the countries in their core management strategies. And I've started with Uganda. Uganda took what we have called a militarized approach. It started by calling it Fisheries Protection Unit. Now these days they have changed the name to call it the 155 Marine Battalion. Those ones just use force to fight that. We moved, the next one was our colleagues in Kenya said that Uganda has brought military. What do we do? Kenya's approach was to restructure their institutions and ensure that the institutions each is given a given job. They came out to State Department to deal with the policies, came out to Fisheries, Kenya Fisheries Service to deal with licensing and data issues, and then came out with the Coast Guard. Now to do something similar to the military in Uganda. And we shall see what changes that brought. Then lastly, our colleagues in Tanzania, they came up and said, now what do we do? Let us look at a model that works. And they came out with a multi-agency approach. This multi-agency approach, first of all, was to bring these people together, all these groups together, and see that each part is playing its own. And we came up with an idea that that must be the best approach so far. And probably we shall encourage others to take on that system. So one of the issues is now when you compare the three, you may read this one at your leisure, but I want to draw you in the red part, where I'm comparing, these are the countries and these are the issues, and I'll compare them only strengths and weaknesses. The one of Uganda, which is military, there's rapid enforcement, and you expect quick results, but trust in erosion. Your erosion in trust. Nobody will trust you what you're doing. In the one of Kenya, you have said now let us go institutional. Specialized agencies are doing their job, but we have issues of coordination gaps, competing for who is supposed to lead who. Then come to our best mode, the practice. It has balanced governance because you have included everybody. But the question is, it is that resource intensive. You must invest in each institution to be present there. And unfortunately, the minister has gone. I had planned to request him to ensure that he funds that, and we continue with that system. So there are also other aspects, and these other prospects. One is aquaculture. And aquaculture, I will take you just to the next one, especially the cage culture issue. And the cage culture is, we have emerging issues. When we came in with cage culture as a solution, what has come now to be seen are these issues. Fish kills. There was an incident in Kenya where we lost up to $7.7 million in a single fish kill situation. That is very difficult. Then we also have issues of water quality. We have issues with the siting, and issues with biosecurity, and issues with governance. Then we now say these mass kills, if we are to work on this, we need the key from what Aura did with our colleagues, Professor Antiba. they established that we really need to work together and see that we fight these issues of, the transformation so that we have this industry. It is really good. Cage culture is good, but needs very good practice in order for us to move where it is. So we think that there's need now to do enough spatial planning so that we have initial areas which are given, then we do carrying capacity so that we ensure that the suitable areas are being utilized, and then the physical carrying capacity should be done by the entire lake so that each and everybody is involved. We have, those are the key issues which are given in our guidelines. We have LOVFO produced guidelines, and I will refer everybody on the guidelines which have come up with the key issues on siting, on stocking, on biosecurity, on early monitoring systems, and enforcement. And that gives us now these key issues that we talk about, pathways to resilience. When we want to have a resilient Lake Victoria, we are saying we should operationalize the marine spatial planning. It should be operationalized so that we divide the lake and show where everything we should go. But also let us do digital monitoring. And then also harden biosecurity issues. And climate smart digital tools should be employed, and then regional coordination. LOVFO should take up this to see that we are moving together in that direction. But we need inclusive investment. My brother was really talking about equity. Then for the whole lake, this is our sustainability plan, that we need harmonized regional action. And when we do harmonized regional action, even things like MCS ensure that you are harmonizing. When they are doing here, they are doing there, nobody runs across. But we're also proposing, LOVFO is proposing to establish a regional biosecurity center, which will be good. But also we want to reinvest in monitoring. I think it was our facilitator here who said that what is not measured, if you don't know what you are going to manage, you cannot manage what you don't know. But we are not doing any monitoring again. Then we need our hybrid co-management, which we have recommended, especially the model of Tanzania. And then we need science-based spatial planning to help us. Then value addition and inclusion, equity issues. And lastly, climate and pollution action. Now, this is my last slide, Chair, and this last slide draws to our previous point, where I said the first ever survey to be done on Lake Victoria was done by a British scientist called Michael Graham in 1927. So next year, 2027, will be exactly 100 years. We should not be seen that we don't appreciate what he did. So in that year, we want to do something which is similar to what we did. And what we have planned, Chair and dear listeners, we are going to want to replicate what he did, but try to modernize. We have so many modern tools at our disposal now than him. We
Dr.
shall use
Tabu,
all the
2 minutes?
Yes, I'm just summarizing. This is
2
my last
minutes,
one.
okay,
Yeah,
please.
thank you. We shall have 3 vessels patrolling the lake and collecting data, and then we shall have to document what has happened over the 100 years change. But we want to use multidisciplinary scope. We have so many partners. We really appreciate those who have already come on board. And then we need to generate now a new baseline which we will use in the next 100 years. Like I've been using the one of Graham for the past 100 years. So I invite you to join us and we implement this. Ladies and gentlemen, asanteni sana.
Hello. Yeah, can you give more hands to Dr. Tabu? Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Tabu, I promised before you take the stage that nobody will sleep. I can see people here are very active and they're very awake. I can see Dr. Budeba, Dr. Ngatunga, Dr. Matama, they are retired but not tired. So thank you very much for an excellent talk on this very, very important topic. When we're talking about the blue economy and the sustainability of Lake Victoria. So as we set the stage for the panelists, may I welcome all the panelists to take their seats. I hope we are all here, right? So I will first invite Dr. Baraka Sakadende, who is a Director of Fisheries from Tanzania. You can choose any chair you want to take. And then Dr. and my professor, Dr. Madala, who is the Director for Aquaculture from the same ministry, take the place. So if I talk about aquaculture, it was my professor actually in my first degree. So Professor, today I will give you more questions as you used to give me. Thank you so much. Yeah, and then we have Dr. Christopher Aula. Dr. Christopher Aula, actually, we went to the same graduate school at Hokkaido University. Yeah. So also has published quite a lot in the fisheries. So if you say I'm also publishing, actually, partly it's because of him. Thank you so much, Dr. Aula, and welcome. And then we have Dr. Robert Kayanda from Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. May you also take a seat. Well, when we talk about the sustainability of Lake Victoria, we can't ignore the great role played by the private sector. So we do have a private sector representative here, Mr. Balaka Karagahe from Tan Lapia Fish. Yeah, so we also expected to have Miss Joyce Nyeko, but unfortunately, she got other fish to fly, so she's not with us today. Otherwise, maybe because of gender, I'm afraid of gender. Maybe, am I allowed to pick anybody to fill up the seat? Is that possible? Someone who is sleeping? Possible? Who should be? Somebody from Uganda. You see, someone from Uganda is around here? Nobody? Wow. Sawa. Sijaona mic ndio maana sijachukua.
Two.
Yeah, so I think I've already introduced the panelists, but we really like to thank Dr. Tab to set the floor. You have given us quite a good number of statistics, and I really liked when you said when the lane started to hit the Lake Victoria. And the Africans say, if you don't know where the lane started to hit you, you can't know where you start getting dried, right? So that's very important. So Dr. Tab has provided us a foundation where now we can build on. And I'm very pleased to have you the panelists, and this is a special session, but also feel you are special. So more hand to the panelists. So because of time, I welcome you for the first round on the general questions, and then later we will have specific questions for each of you. That is enough. Yeah. Well, so my first question to you, and given the statistics that we have just heard, I would like to hear from you briefly that what could be Lake Victoria by 2050 if the same conditions, persist, and what must change if that's the case to reach at 2050. But also, I would like to hear from you a single greatest threat to Lake Victoria sustainability, on your perspective. But also, how can the three riparian countries, that means Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya, but also I've heard about Burundi and Rwanda, how these states can better balance conservation, livelihood, and economic growth in managing Lake Victoria. So let's start with let's say, ladies first. Can you hear from Dr. Baraka Skadende? So just 2 minutes is enough for that question, or 1 minute if possible.
Should I respond to all questions, or I can just choose one?
It's up to you.
Okay. Maybe let me go to the question of which single great threat to Lake Victoria sustainability. I don't know if I got it well. Yeah, it's actually tricky because challenges are many and they are somehow interrelated. So when you say a single threat to Lake Victoria, I would go to maybe an unhealthy lake ecosystem itself, because if we need to have resources in the lake, first we have to have the healthy ecosystem. So it's when we have a healthy ecosystem that we have resources in it, and then other challenges like overfishing, illegal fishing will come later, but first we have to solve the ecosystem itself from pollution, untreated, from pollution from untreated sewage, pollution from the agricultural land, and nutrients loading, which is causing now a lot of weeds, water hyacinth, and currently, last year we had a new weed. We are calling it in Tanzania a new weed. It's what's the name again? Mwanamis is trying to
well,
Kariba, yeah, the Kariba weed. So if we are not going to have a healthy lake, it won't be possible to have resources in it. So I would take this as a great threat to the lake.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Aula, I know you are taught by the Japanese, so you have to go straight to the point, right? Okay. Please.
Thank you, moderator. Before I answer my question, I want to support my colleague here that despite the fact that if you are from the fishery sector, you will say overfishing or fishing pressure. If you are from environment governance, you will talk of nutrient enrichment. But overall, I would go for what she has gone for, nutrient enrichment as very key. And you may notice that Dr. Taba has indicated that we are having more of small fish emerging, and the fishery is almost 40% small fish, that is specifically omena. And these small fish would be thriving because of the eutrophication and nutrient effect. And I would say that is a key evidence of what my colleague has alluded to. allow me to reply to the question Lake Victoria at 2050. And I think this closest to the question she was answering. Lake Victoria at 2050 would be such that I would say from the science perspective, we have the knowns, we have the information. And from the information we have, with the 2050, we may have more of climate warming taking place. And research has been done, I think, from Science Advance. If you read Science Advance, research was done in around more than, I think, 10,000 lakes globally, and Lake Victoria was one of it. What was emerging is that oxygenation is being caused more by climate change than by nutrient loading. And what may happen at 2050 if we don't lake-wide or basin-wide management, we'll have more of deoxygenated dead zones because of now declining oxygen levels will be more. Because of that, we may have more of algae blooms. We may have more of invasive weeds if we don't undertake catchment control. And this will lead more of smaller fish emerging and becoming higher in volume.
Okay.
And that will injure the economy.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, thank you so much. So maybe let me move on to Baraka. Having heard it from the, oh, we have two Barakas here. Wow. This is a special session. So, Baraka from the private sector. Yes, yeah. So, can you hear also from you, especially on how the riparian countries will work together to ensure that the Lake Victoria, is sustained, please.
Thank you, moderator. I think there's a need of the three countries to come together. Yeah, there is a need for the three countries to come together because I was following the presentation from Dr. Tab. It means that even the approach are different. The way Kenyans are approaching on the issues related to Lake Victoria is quite different to the approach that Tanzania and Uganda are doing. So there's a need to harmonize the approach so that at least we have a common path towards addressing Lake Victoria issues.
Yeah.
It's multiple issues ranging from the three countries, the population is really growing and demand for resources is also growing, and leading to declines in the resources. So also there's a need of also harmonizing, back to harmonizing the way we are managing our resources. So I call for the three riparian countries to come together and work together so that at least we can have a sustainable lake.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So maybe let's hear from Dr. Kayanda on briefly, just maybe 1 minute on those general questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and moderator. I think I'm seated between the two Barakas, and one of them has I've read my notes. So the point is, I just want to put more emphasis on what the last speaker talked, specifically in having that a lake-wide approach and toward the management of the Lake Victoria. Let's recognize it as a transboundary resource, and an action from one country will impact what is happening on the other places. So essentially, we need to have that harmony in terms of implementation. Dr. Tabu highlighted here a number of documents that we normally develop at Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization level, But again, the domestication and the implementation at national level has been varied, and so that's an important aspect. Let's look at it as a one ecosystem and harmonize our approach and toward the implementation of the action geared toward saving and the lake. Thank you.
Asante. Yeah, for those who don't know the meaning of baraka, actually, that is a Swahili word. It's a very important one. We say the blessings. Yeah, that's the meaning of baraka. So we have two barakas here. So we have a lot of blessings in this room. Well, Dr. Kiana just reminded us on the issue of, that the fish, even the other stressors, the stressors, the climate change, the IUU, and all those don't have borders. So maybe let's hear from Dr. on those three general questions. I think 1 minute is enough for you, Professor. You used to give me a limit of many questions with limited time. Can you also try to work on that, please?
Yeah, thank you. I would also say that I'm so blessed to be in this panel with two Barakas because I also have a daughter going by the name of Baraka. So it's quite a blessing. Yes, maybe let me talk about this lake in 50 years to come. Yeah, the lake will still be there, but in Kiswahili we have this saying, tutafika miaka 50 tukiwa tumechoka. So it's like we'll get to the 50 years if it's with the same trend. The economic value which we are getting for fisheries and maybe even for aquaculture would be diminishing. So it is important that we take measures to address the core challenge, which is basically to do with the governance. If you look at the presentation which was done by Dr. Tabu, you see the different governance systems which are being used by the riparian countries. We are still soul searching, so we need to get to a point where we agree at a common governance system which works for the lake in order to control all the issues, the IUU, the pollution, and the likes. So I think that is a key, that let's address the governance so that when 50 years come, we have a lake which supports vibrant economies, but then also increases our resilience against climate change and other shocks.
Okay, Dr. Thank you so much. Wow, so that was the general questions, but partly they have answered my specific questions. So I will still remind you to be specific and have enough time for the audience also to, act later on. Maybe let me move to Dr. Aula as a question. Hello? What does current science tell us that policymakers are still not acting on? I think you got my question, eh?
Again?
All right. 1 minute, please.
The science, sorry.
We are aware that whenever we are doing, whether in science or management, but when the policymakers they're not involved in collectively at the right time, I think it will take us more ages to have a sustainable Lake Victoria. So what do you think the policymakers they have not worked on the issue of sustainability?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I would say that, as I did indicate earlier, moderator, in the science part we have the findings, but now allow me to pose a caution that using these findings, we end up using syrup to treat bacterial infection instead of using an antibiotic. The reason being is that for example, we look at water hyacinth and we see it's a problem. It is an output of a bigger problem. It is, we need to start working from the source. I think that's what we are calling basin management. For example, if we are giving coverage of invasive weeds, we are saying that the fish is tending to be more of smaller fish. That's the science we are telling them, and Dr. Tabo has said this. We are saying that we are having more of algal blooms. And therefore, what we are talking and saying is that apart from regulating the sewage discharge, agricultural runoff, urban runoff, etc., let us look at the lake-wide management. For example, we are talking of urban planning. People who are doing urban planning, people who are doing drainage, people who are doing people who are encroaching on wetland systems. This, in a way, what we are complaining and saying that the science that we are giving out is not being looked at as a baseline level, rather than they are looking at it at an output. And then finally, sorry, this institution need to be given teeth to bite. And the findings we have, they require teeth to bite. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we need to give them teeth. All right. So, Dr. Kayanda, having heard from Dr. Aula that we need to give some people some teeth to bite. I know, having worked with the LOV4 for quite a long time, what is the biggest gap between the regional commitment and the action on the lake so far?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So to me, I will begin from where I started before. The biggest gap is mainly on the harmonization. Once again, Dr. Tabu here presented a number of documentation that we do at regional level. He has mentioned East African Community Policy for Fisheries and Aquaculture, cage culture and guidelines, several documents related to the management of cage culture. But all this needs to be domesticated within the partner state and system for it and to be domesticated. But you can see the domestication is at different levels. You find one partner state has moved significantly while the other have not. And that one is bringing that unharmonious implementation of the agreed actions at regional level. In addition to that, we also have what we call a funding gap. This funding gap is not only affecting us at regional level, but it's also affecting partner states in terms of doing the research that we've agreed at regional level. And this, let me give you an example of the frame survey 2018. We didn't have a fund at regional level, and we requested the partner states to go ahead and budget and implement the frame survey. It was only the Republic of Kenya that managed to secure the funding and implemented the frame survey in that way. And then another key gap that we have is what we call science into management gap. And this is a very important a gap that we need to address if we want to move forward to ensure that we have a sustainable fisheries and aquaculture within the Lake Victoria. And this one is mainly coming up in terms of an irregular surveys. If you recall, Moderator, Dr. Tabu presented figures here, and most of which were outdated. The catch assessment, the last catch assessment was done in 2020. Hydroacoustic, the last one was done in 2022. The frame survey is done, the last one was done in 2020. So those are the current data. Now looking at the Lake Victoria, it is changing and so fast, and so many things are changing very fast. And therefore, we need to fill in that gap of necessary information to be able to provide what we call the evidence-based management of the Lake Victoria. Okay. Also, the first speaker, the last one, Chair, if you allow the co-management gap in. We've had the first speaker, Joseph Luomba, talked a little about co-management in. Here we have what we call the BMU at grassroots level. But again, the BMU have been left idle, alone. They've been abandoned. They're not being mentored. They're not being supported to implement what they are supposed to do in. Look at our neighboring country, in the Republic of Uganda. There the BMU have changed the names and the function, and we don't have that coordinated a way of implementing what we have agreed at regional level and specifically at grassroots level. Okay. And then enforcement gap as well. Tab has talked a lot, so I don't want to add that, but it's really a big gap that we need to address it, so that once we agreed on how we are moving forward, we're all implementing on what we call synchronized MCSN, so that we all go out at the same time and ensuring that the culprits are not moving from one country to another. And thank you.
Wow. Yeah, it seems there is a lot to do. So, and if you project up to 2050, I think we have to do a lot, but we also have limited financial resources. We are quite aware nowadays we have enough human resources, to take us to where we want to go to reach. So maybe Dr. Balaka Sekadende, being let's say the fisheries manager, right? So what a single fisheries management reform you think must be taken to ensure sustainable Lake Victoria? A single one.
Thank you, but why single? Thank you. Yeah, we have acts in all three countries. We have regulations, fisheries regulations. We have different guidelines. All these are for managing the lake and its resources. So what we need to do is just to enforce. Let us enforce what we have. I don't think if we need more regulations, more acts, let us first enforce what we have on the table. And because it's a shared resource, let us do it jointly. But as you heard from Dr. Kayanda, that sometimes resources are limited. We have here our partners who are working together. We have our partners, we have IUCN here, we have FAO, we have TNC, we have EMEDO. You have already been doing a good job, but we still need more. Okay. Kindly go around the world, search for money, and bring money for us. And when we are working, please let us not leave the community behind, because they are the resource users, so we have to involve them from the grassroots.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think she talked about the key element that we needed to embrace. Because we say we are not normally we don't manage the fish or the fisheries, right? We do manage the what? The people. And these resources are there for the people. Today, if we are, we say we have illegal fishing, it doesn't come, just come overnight. No, it's because there are people who are doing illegally. So that's very important issues. Now, we have an issue of the, sustainable food security. But also we do have the GNZ. Even in Tanzania, we have the GNZ here. And we can see their future is in the blue economy, the fisheries and the other sectors. I was wondering, Balaka from the private sector, I was wondering what could be the responsible private investment that will play to ensure that Lake Victoria is sustainable by reducing the pressure on the wild fisheries, You know, we are doing the aquaculture. We are trying to reduce the pressure on the fisheries. So tell us, what could be the responsible private investment to ensure that we create jobs, we provide the food, and all that, please?
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Moderator. I think if you look at the trend in 60s, 70s, and then is emerging.
Can you change the mic, please?
Yeah, it's quite alarming. And the question that all of us we need to pose is, has that been taken? But we need food on our table. Our community need fish. And that is our responsibility. And now coming to the private sector perspective in terms of the role, I think we need to be part and parcel of the transformation that is taking place. We need to be innovative in terms of the investment that we are targeting. Let me highlight some few.
In 1 minute then.
Yeah, sure. If really we want to have food on our table and specifically fish, we need to increase production. And to increase production, these related aspects that we also need to invest in good quality and reliable availability of fingerlings. That means we need to invest in hatchery. The other aspect that really is crucial in this crusade is feed. We need to promote locally produced feeds because currently most of the investment in aquaculture are relying on imported feed. But by investing in locally produced feed, not only is making feed available to the producers, but it also assures that it's creating job to our local community.
Thank you very much. If I can stop there. Yeah, for the discussion or for the panel? Everything. Okay. Wow. Dr. Madala, we've limited the time, and that's good. It's good that you can spend like 30 seconds. Just tell us, can aquaculture realistically reduce pressure on Lake Victoria while the fisheries and under what conditions?
Yes, it can, and as you've correctly put it, under certain conditions. One, we have to produce that additional fish at a price which is competitive and at a scale which will be able to meet the demand of fish, and then also get to the right markets. But secondly, it has to be environmentally compatible. We look at the zonations, we look at the carrying capacities, we also look at the pollution, particularly in terms of feeds and feeding practices. But then also the other thing is to be biosecure, in the sense that it doesn't become a source of diseases and transmission of disease from farmed fish to wild-caught fish. But most important, it has to be part of the aquatic food systems, in the sense that it's not going to substitute fisheries. It has to be part and parcel of the whole aquatic food systems that as we are expanding and intensifying aquaculture, but we are also enforcing the management of the sustainable management of the fish stocks you know, like looking at the breeding sites and then also controlling the pollutions. So that's in a nutshell. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for how you've answered my questions. So may also take a few questions. We are remaining with 7 minutes. I think I would request for more 5 minutes if that's possible. Yeah, we have 2 Barakas here, so I think that should be allowed. Okay. Please, so be brief and to the point.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Dr. Mwanamisi from Tafiri. Thank you, Tabu, for your presentation.
So just to help you, don't say thank you, just go straight, because
yes,
I will take it on behalf of you.
Okay, my question actually came from the presentation, even though I'm expecting you guys to respond on it. From all the approach in the presentation for the 3 countries and the response on the discussion, since all the fish from capture fishery, from aquaculture, finds its way to the market, but all our efforts ignore the role of market. So
the question, please.
Yes, my question is, what is the position for the voice of market in this, for the sustainability of Lake Victoria fishery?
Thank you very much for the nice question. So may you have another?
The second one,
no, maybe
the hybrid co-management.
Sorry. I think one is enough. We have many fish to fly in the room. Wow. So maybe from Dr. Tamatama. Of course.
Okay, thank you. Mine is not a question, it's just a comment. As we, what? Stand up, okay. What I'm saying is that mine is not a question, it's just a comment, that as we grapple towards conserving what resource you have in the lake, but there is this issue of survival and poverty. Normally, people, if they are desperate, you find that they maximize short-term catch for daily food and income, which often conflict with the sustainable harvesting rules. So just thinking aloud that as we think of all the regulations we have, all the guidelines we have, but if the population keep on increasing, people become desperate, and we are facing an uphill task in getting to sustainable harvesting of resources in there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Tamatama, for to remind us on those key issues. So we go to just behind him. Just hit the point.
Yes, my name is Philemon Nsinda from Tafiri. From the year 1927, we have been doing research, and the resources are declining. What are you going to tell me if I'm a real local person from the village? Thank you.
Okay, so maybe
will science help us?
Yeah, last question from that side. Maybe that from Zanzibar. Who is that? Yeah, is that Musa? Yes. All right.
Hello. I think my question is like the same from Professor Shehe. The Lake Victoria is there, and people are living adjacent to the Lake Victoria. They have to survive as well. So how can you try to balance this thing to maximize economic benefit? At the same time, you maximize social community benefit. At the same time, to maximize the environmental benefit.
Thank you very much. I think we have 3 good questions. Maybe I'll ask any of you would like to respond, but very briefly because of time. Please.
Yeah, maybe I can try to have a go with the last question, which is to do on maximizing economic benefits. I think this is why it's important that rather than just considering harvesting of fish, we should invest more on post-harvest handling facilities and then also value addition, going down to the local levels, so that whatever comes from the lake, we add as much value as possible in order to increase economic benefits and not having these people to go back over and over because what they are getting out of their catch is small.
Thank you very much. Aula, maybe if you can talk on the market issue.
Okay. She was asking what is the position or the voice of market for sustainability. On market here, what is key is to look at the consumer preferences is very key so that you understand what they would like to be served with, whether fresh, smoked, etc., and what type of fish they would aspire to consume. So that is a key factor that we also consider in terms of market. The other one is connectivity. Market goes along with access in terms of roads, in terms of what mode of transport are you using, border, are you using whatever. And then, and of course, electricity comes in, and other factors of production are very key for market, because electricity will support preservation so that this fish stays for longer to reach the market. The other one would be designated markets, coming up with designated markets. For example, you can have market for tilapia, market for Nile perch, and specific areas, including export market. Allow me also to look at the second question. I think,
okay, you want to, maybe Baraka?
Okay.
You want to
see which one has remained.
Maybe Baraka, if you want to comment on the other question?
Yeah, I think it was just a comment from Dr. Tamatama about conservation, livelihood, and poverty. Yeah, I think we have to tackle them as not as different objectives. Let us tackle them as one single interconnected issue, because we are conserving for the community, and after conserving, what we expect is economic for the community, for their livelihood. So I think if we are doing for the same purpose, yeah, that's what you can say.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you have, the speaker also want to thank the panelists who want to ask a question.
Chair, I just want to respond to one question, and that came from our colleague who said, we have been doing research since 1927, and what do we tell you as a fisherman? I will answer from the presentation, where I said, we found out research has also shown that even you, the local fisher, you know the problem. You know the problem, that it is overfishing, that it is illegal, using illegal methods, that is IUU. So just do the right thing as a fisherman. Take the lead to see that we work with you to control what research has produced. That will be the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And as we thank the speaker and the panelists, I have just a simple message to you as we close this session. We have heard a lot on the sustainable Lake Victoria. So my message could be careful not to leave the solutions in this conference home. Why the problem travel back to the lake with us. The future we want is possible. But Lake Victoria will not await for another conference to save it. Thank you very much for listening, and wish you a very good question. Thank you very much.
Let's also once again acknowledge the well-able moderation by the moderator by giving him a round of applause. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's now 12:33. We're supposed to break. Not for lunch, but for parallel session. But please be advised, we have 2 keynote speeches or speakers right after lunch, and then we'll need to be in parallel session. So be advised that we shall take the keynotes now. One will be talking on innovation ecosystems, entrepreneurship and sustainable economic transformation across Tanzania and East Africa, and the other one back-to-back on aquaculture transformation in Tanzania. So we shall do these two keynote sessions, break for lunch, and then right after lunch proceed onto the parallel session. Having communicated that, may I call upon now onto the stage Dr. Rushingisha. Is Doctor with us? To come and introduce Dr. Nicholas Tutuba, who is the keynote speaker onto the innovation ecosystem, entrepreneurship, and sustainable economic transformation across Tanzania and East Africa, to be followed right after with Professor Muhammad Ali Sheikh, who will now introduce Dr. Nazil Madala. Okay, so even given more good news that the presentation by Dr. Nicholas Tutuba will be done tomorrow. So I'm honored now to invite Professor Muhammad Ali Sheikh, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Fisheries. I haven't seen him. Is he here? No, he's not. So can I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Nazil Madala to come and present on aquaculture transformation in Tanzania? This will be followed by a brief Q&A session. Then we shall break for lunch. After lunch, kindly take a note that we have a group of colleagues from FAO and TAFIRI who will convene to look onto the stock assessment in Lake Tanganyika. TAFIRI and FAO will reconvene at Udzungwa Room to discuss stock assessment in Lake Tanganyika. Udzungwa is across the other side. So right after lunch, we shall proceed on to that session while the rest of us come back to proceed with other presentations in the room. Kindly take a note of that. Do we already have? I have already introduced you. Dr. Madala is the Director for Aquaculture at the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes to present on aquaculture transformation in Tanzania. Karibu sana.
Asante, what a big surprise. I thought I'll be doing it in the afternoon, but all is good. Yes, good afternoon once again. So I'm here to do a presentation on from emerging industry to economic powerhouse, the blue transformation of Tanzania's aquaculture through research and innovation towards Vision 2050 and beyond. So if I can get my presentation, please. Yes, so this is my presentation, and these are thoughts about getting research and innovation to drive our aquaculture blue transformation. And so in the first place, we have a case for aquaculture. We are rich in aquatic resources. In terms of the waters, we have our coastline, 1,424 coastline. We have our Great Lakes, and Tanzania is the only country which has a share on all the Great Lakes of Africa. But we have our rivers, we have our reservoirs, and just the other day we were launching a Julius Nyerere hydroelectric power project, and we have a huge reservoir which is almost like a new lake now. So this is what we have a case now to make use of these resources for food, for jobs, for economy, and then also to enhance our resilience for climate change. So, yes, and so far we have seen some good growth. So at the moment, for the past 10 years, we have seen aquaculture production increasing. So we have close to 250,000 metric tons if you combine both seaweed and the fish. Of course, fish is around, I have the figures here. It's around 60,000 metric tons. We still need to put efforts, but we are seeing that all the indicators of aquafarmer ponds, cages have increased significantly. We have had that program of giving out soft loans for cages, and this has been a driver behind our commercial aquaculture. Also, we have seen number of hatcheries increasing, and subsequently also the number of fingerlings produced has increased tremendously for the past 10 years, from 8 million, and which was predominantly shrimps, post-larvae, to that number. And then also feed, we are seeing good progress in feed, and now we have three large commercial feed plants, and also 2 more are coming. So this is already a good base to now be able to drive that agenda. Okay, so what opportunity do we have? Here the main opportunity is the gap between what we are producing and what we are supposed to be producing if you want to reach at least 20 kilograms per capita consumption. So this gap calls for increased aquaculture production, given the challenges which we have already had with regards to capture fisheries. And remember that our population is increasing. So now, like, we have a gap of around 650 metric tons if you are to reach 20. And come 2050, we are going to demand almost 2.6 million metric tons to take on board the population increase by 2050. So that demand will keep on increasing as it is now because of the health benefits of consuming fish. But then we have our growing population and urbanization and regional trade. As we open up more our borders, as we improve on our infrastructure, our cold chain, there will be more and more a demand for regional trade. And this is good because this is where we can be able to significantly contribute towards reaching the $1 trillion US. And also remember that more of the fish supply will come from aquaculture. So now it's around 103 million metric tons. By 2032, it's projected to be that figure by FAO, and that will increase further. And in Africa, aquaculture is growing by by about 21%. So it's a time where really there is a readiness for growth in aquaculture, and we really need to take advantage of that. Now, what is our ambition for transformation? So our transformation must be quantitative, qualitative, and systematic. At the moment, today we have farms which are fragmented. Of course, we are putting efforts to bring them together.
We are relying on imported inputs. Our productivity is variable. You can talk to farmers. Some production cycle they can do well, another production cycle not so good, and then we have limited value addition. So our desire, if we really want to be an aquaculture powerhouse by 2050, we need to have organized production, which is highly productive, and then we also to use local inputs, but they should be competitive. So things like soya, things like maize, which at the moment we are competing with humans and livestock, we need to have them at competitive prices. We also need to have data-driven production with the consistently, and also, most important, export-ready value chains. And therefore, this is what underlines for us being our powerhouse 2050, we want to be productive, profitable, resilient, and export-oriented. Now, why are we where we are? Why are we not moving as fast as we want? Our usual challenges, which have already been mentioned. So we have seed and genetics, we have issues related to costs, we are seeing some issues with the fish health. Technology which we are using is not yet optimal, but then also finance, access to capital, but then how also are we managing risk, insurance, skills, both technical and business. We're still having gaps. The markets in terms of infrastructure, so cold chain, but then also standards, particularly if we want to be export-oriented. Of course, we also have of data and climate, and this is where now research comes in to provide evidence of the solutions to facilitate adoption of technology and the practices, but then also we need to enhance our resilience. Our aquaculture need to be more resilient. So at the moment we are stuck at here, so we have low productivity, we have high costs, and therefore our scaling is slow. So the research agenda should follow the constraints, should be able to address these challenges and not the other way around. Now, so with the research, this is what we would expect, that we understand the constraints, we generate evidence, we create a solution, and we commercialize that. Now we make it scalable, it goes, and then after that you see the impacts at the end. And these should be our research agenda, including species diversification to bring in new high-value species, and not to rely too much on tilapia, maybe catfish, and others. So these are the areas which we desire from research. So it should be problem-led, portfolio-based, and not work in isolation. And the research should be commercially relevant and climate smart. So ideally, our future should look something like this. This is futuristic. That we should be able also to be able to adapt technologies, to adopt and adapt to technologies. We have things like recirculation aquaculture system, we have in-pond raceways, yeah. So those are technologies which have been developed elsewhere, and with the research we can be able to bring them in and start adapting them to the Tanzanian condition. And at the end of the day, we should be able to export that to other countries. And here we are talking of smart cages, you know, innovative hatcheries, digital farm platforms, and the like.
And with that, we should be able now to get into value creation. So we shift from just being a farm producing some products, but to a highly value aquaculture industry. With the quality broodstock for superior genetics, healthy fingerlings for better survival, quality and locally produced feed, efficient, sustainable farming systems, and then that feeds into processing, cold chain markets, and the export market. And that means we'll be able to create more value, to have more produce, but then also be able to access export markets. Then there is also an opportunity with the circular economy. Say with the fish byproducts, we should be able to get fish oils, we should be able to get nutraceuticals, collagen, and the same applies to all other what would be waste or byproducts from the value chain. Sorry, I'm going backwards. Yes, now, in order to be able to achieve that, we need very strong collaboration between government, research and academia, as well as the industry. So this is also what is known as triple helix. So with the government, it has this role with the policy, standards, infrastructure, and incentives. And the research and academia, they're the ones who do the research now to provide evidence, to develop technologies and innovations, to nurture talents, and then also to train. And we have the industry, which have access to capital, have access to markets, and they can be able now to uptake whichever comes from the research to commercial scale. So the key here is innovation and scale. And we have our research backbone within the country. So we have our institution, TAFIRI, we have our training institution, FETA, but we also have universities, to mention a few: University of Dar es Salaam, SUA, UDOM, and Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. And we also have our production backbone, the enterprises, the farmers. And here, if we can be able to work together, we should be able to move and be able to transform our aquaculture. Now, so this is like what we should desire is a proposition, and of course they overlap. So at least from now to 2030, we should be building our foundation, with the seed and genetics, feed and health, research capacity, data and skills, and then from 2031 to 2040 to scale and industrialize. So to see more and more commercial farms moving away from small needs, continuous innovation. So how should we measure ourselves that we have succeeded? We should have high production, so more fish available per person, productivity, more fish per unit of production, but costs should be low. That enterprising tendencies should be adapted in each and every aquaculture enterprises. So we must move from farming aquatic resources to building an aquaculture economy, one powered by research, accelerated by innovation, and scaled through investment. Thank you so much.
Yes, please take a seat. Let's give him a round of applause one more time. Session Chair, do you want to come and guide us through the question and answer session? We'll probably take 2-3 questions and then proceed from there for lunch.
Thank you, Director, for a nice presentation on the aquaculture development in the country. taking into consideration that you are the one who is overseeing the policy issues plus several supports from the ministry. Before I move to the audience, I have some few questions to you. There are notions that the quick development in the cage farming is undermining the development of the mariculture in the ocean. That is, there are so many supports with regard to the cage farming, specifically in Lake Victoria. My question is this true that the development of cage fish farming is impacting negatively the development of the mariculture issues? The second is policy environment at the moment. Is it friendly enough to foster aquaculture development in the country, the general policy environments? And the final question to you is, from me, we know that worldwide aquaculture has surpassed the capture fisheries, according to the last Sophia report from the FAO. When we should expect this in Tanzania? Yeah, those are the three questions. You will answer them along the questions from the crowd. Please welcome for any question or contributions concerning the presentation of our director. Karibu. Can I see hands? Yeah, someone at the back. So maybe I'll pick up only 3 hands because of interest of time. The mic. Yeah, so 1 second hand, and the last one will be, yeah, there. Karib.
Let's keep them brief. We are standing between interesting responses and lunch. Can you just speak loudly? We will hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, please? Mr. Director, thank you very much for a nice presentation. I would like to ask
your name, please, and institution.
My name, Abubakar Sadi Mbajo, from Fisheries Education Training Agency, FETA.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Director, can you point out what a unique ingredient that is missing to transform all these plans into reality, and how long it will take for us to realize these are happening in Tanzania?
Next question from there at the back. Yeah, somewhere there.
Thank you. My name is David Gavana. I'm a PhD student from University of Dar es Salaam under the IUCN Pamoja Tuhifadhi Bahari Yetu. Thank you, Mr. Director, for your presentation. My question is, how can aquaculture, which of course aims at increasing production, support the sustainability of small-scale fishers who are key players in fisheries, especially in the economy of Tanzania? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The last one. Is there another hand? Yes, somewhere from the other side.
Thank you, the presenter, Dr. Madara. My question is...
Your name, please.
My name is Godfrey Fabian, working with Tanzania Fisheries Research Institute. We have seen most of the fish production in aquaculture has been coming from the Lake Victoria in cage fish farming. So, but now it has been translated from blue economy aquaculture to brown economy aquaculture. What is the current effort to emphasize on other production system in order to reduce the cage aquaculture farming as alternative ways of production of fish. Thank you.
Thank you. That is from brown to blue economy. We want to remain in the blue economy. Welcome for responses.
Thank you. Yeah, let me start with the last one. A browning of the blue. Yes, we are putting efforts. First and foremost, I would say even with the cage fish farming, it's not being done haphazardly. Cage fish farming is done in areas which have been identified and zoned as suitable for cage fish farming, and the appropriate environmental assessments have been done. And also, one has to get a permit to do cage fish farming. But we are putting efforts to promote other fish farming methods. So we have, for instance, an initiative of building fish farmer field schools in all the districts of Tanzania, which are pond-based, and we are promoting pond fish farming in those areas where they do not have access to large water bodies. And if you can imagine, that's where the majority of people live. So we need to join hands, first of all, to improve productivity of pond systems, because at the moment, productivities are quite low. So we need to adopt the technologies which can increase the productivity of pond systems to make them as attractive as it is with the cage fish farming. There's a question on how can aquaculture support small-scale fish farmers, small-scale fishers. We have seen good examples in Lake Victoria that if you are able to provide them with the knowledge on fish farming and soft loans in particular, you can be able to convert fishers to become aqua farmers, to become fish farmers. So the effort we are doing is increasing their access to get loans so that they can be able to invest in fish farming. Here, in my presentation, I was talking about scale. We are moving away from subsistence fish farming to commercial fish farming, and it is possible. In this room, I'm seeing Bwana Pius Hapa is one of our young beneficiary of cage fish farming, and is making millions every year. Yeah, so it is possible. You just need people with the right attitude and the right mindsets. Even in the small-scale fish farm, fishers, they can be able to do aquaculture and supplement what they are catching, and we have quite good testimonies. And then I have a question from Bajo, a unique ingredient which is missing to be able to realize what was being presented. I think we just need the will. Our government has got resources. If you are able to convince them that it works, we have a good political will to support these activities of ours. And now it has already been shown that with little resources, you can get big results. So on one side, we have researchers who need to make sure that we communicate at the language which policymakers and also politicians understand better. Now, everyone wants to see their voters change, not for worse, but for good. So I think if we can be able to communicate properly, we can be able to mobilize the resources from within the country and do what is right for the country. And then now I come to your questions. There is that notion that we are focusing more on fresh water and we are leaving out mariculture. First and foremost, if you look at the volumes, in terms of volume, we have more from mariculture, from seaweed, than it is from cage fish farming, from freshwater production in terms of finfish. But I would also say that we all know the complexities of producing fish marine fish. So because aquaculture was really like trying to get its feet on the ground, we decided to start with what would bring quick results and draw attention. So now that everyone is talking about aquaculture, we are being pushed, not by me and you, but even by top political leaders to go to the ocean with some support. So we expect by next month we should start our pilots of cage fish farming in the ocean, in the sea, to see how it goes, and we are hoping for the best. We also have efforts like we'll be supporting youth to go and invest in crabs, sea cucumber, and seaweed in the sea. I think soon through BBT VUV, and there will be a lot of learning. I would also say that our approach to aquaculture growth is organic. We are leaving out the industry. We are letting the industry to grow, mostly by itself, without very much intervention, external intervention. And it is our belief that that's the approach which will build a robust and vibrant industry. Then there was the issue of policy, whether the policy is friendly and enabling enough. For the time being, I would say yes. Policy is supportive, and I can give examples of the investments. Say we have VAT waivers for aquaculture inputs and equipment, which has helped to stimulate production. You also have government investing in rehabilitation of aquaculture development centers, existing ones, but also building new aquaculture development centers across the country, plus the farmer field schools. So, and then also the loans to be able to invest at a scale which is reasonably large to bring good economic returns. And the last one that we know that aquaculture now produces about 53%, about 50%, it's over 50% of the fish we consume. When will it happen? I believe within the next 10 years we should see aquaculture becoming almost at par with the fisheries, and maybe even going beyond it. And it's not a bad thing, because we all know that with the capture fisheries there is a limit beyond which we cannot be able to harvest anymore. So with the aquaculture, at least it gives us a room of utilizing different environments, different production systems to do fish farming. So we have the lakes and large water bodies, we have the land, but then even in a room like this, if you're using recirculation aquaculture system, you're going to be able to produce fish. So it gives a much more wider room for production of fish, but it has to be economical, so as to be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. So in 10 years, we do expect that we'll be having more fish from the aquaculture than in the capture fisheries. Yes, I take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Mr. Pius, as been mentioned by our director, and is the winner of the national award. Yes, just wave. Yeah, just 2 weeks back, I think, he won one of the very, very precious award from the AGRA. Thank you.
Maybe if you can say a bit, when we were starting a program of giving soft loans, they are the very first group to get the fingerlings and feed. So now they are in their 4th production cycle, and they are doing well. They've not let us down, and they've been inspirational to other youth and other people that fish farming is doable, and one can make a living out of fish farming. Thank you.
This marks the end of our presentation. Let's put our hands together for the presenter. Asanteni sana.
No, you can stay. We'll bring the sardines and the fish and the food right where you are, Kurugenzi. Asante sana. Distinguished delegates, we are now about to break for lunch, but I have to make a very important announcement. I will need a display of the QR code. I want us all to scan the QR code that is going to be put on a display, because the program that was to commence from 4 p.m. will now start at 2 p.m. Now, right after lunch, we are going to go on to parallel sessions. Okay? You can only know which parallel session you want to go to if you're able to scan the QR code, and you will now be able to see. Saadani Room will be discussing blue economy and ocean governance. Udzungwa will be discussing aquatic ecosystem and ecology. Mikumi will be discussing aquatic ecosystem and ecology, part 2. And Amboni, the same, but they're different papers. This is why I wish you all scan. When we have lunch, you look onto the areas you're interested in, and then we proceed into that. Then Ruaha, where we are, right after lunch, we'll be looking onto digital oceans and lakes. This will continue up to 4 p.m., up to the time you finish. And when you finish, please, we shall meet tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Not 8:30, 8 o'clock. So kindly scan as we break for lunch now. You will look onto the areas of interest. Go into that specific meeting room of your area of interest. Stay there until the presentations are done. Then we reconvene tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Nitarudia, I'll repeat the announcement in Swahili. Tunaenda sasa hivi kwa chakula cha mchana. Nimetoa hii QR code ili tuweze kupata ratiba, nakala urasimu ya ratiba ya mkutano wetu. Mara tu baada ya chakula cha mchana, tutaenda kujumuika katika vyumba mbalimbali kutokana na maeneo ambayo tunapenda kujadili. Kuna wabobezi wameandaa machapisho yao, watakuja kuongea na sisi huko. Kwa hiyo wakati tunakula, utaangalia ni vitu gani ungependa kujifunza au kuvifahamu zaidi, ili baada tu ya chakula cha mchana ambayo itakuwa ni saa 8 kamili, tutaenda kwenye makundi yetu. Kwenye kila breakout session pale juu wameandika jina la chumba. Utawauliza ushers wetu chumba gani kiko wapi, au muulize MC, na sisi tutakuwa na furaha kabisa ya kukuelezea au kukuelekeza chumba kilipo. Without further ado, once again, thank you all for your keen attention to the content that has been prepared. We're breaking for lunch now for 50 minutes, and right after lunch, we go on to the respective parallel session. Asanteni sana. We shall all reconvene here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Niwatakie wote mchana mwema. Asanteni.
Yes, majaribio.
Lakes, we have a few topics which we are going to hear from several presenters, and each of the topic is given on 8 minutes and 2 minutes for discussion. And we are going to begin with Engineer Sailale. Engineer Sailale, I see you, so you are kindly welcome to proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. As I've been introduced, my name is Innocent Sailale. I am working with Tanzania Fisheries Research Institute. I am presenting the title, Digitizing Fisheries. From paper records to connected intelligence. The world is moving, as you can see, the world is moving from the data collection to the data intelligence. As we have been starting moving from the paper base to connected system and AI enabled. So the question here is, the opportunity is not about having many technology or having so many technology. Is it better for decision? Is it making us deciding fast with traceable evidence? We normally, when we talk about digitizing fisheries, we have to talk about using satellites, using mobile technologies, using clouds, and using AI assistant tools. What does digital fisheries look like globally? When we talk about digital fisheries, we talk about Earth observation, as I said, technology of monitoring fishing vessels, machine learning, and traceability, digital traceabilities. So normally we talk about integrated technologies. We don't want to build an isolated digital islands. We need an integrated system that solves our fisheries sector. So we have a journey in Tanzanian Fisheries Research Institute. We started digitizing field data in 2017. And we went to further building the information system, which was has composed with some modules. And then in 2020, we started expanding the information system to all of our water bodies, including Lake Victoria, Lake Tanganyika, River Mara, Mtera Dam, Manyara Lake, and so forth. So the question is, technology becomes valuable only after it is survived at real field conditions. This statement is the lesson, because previously we had so many information systems, but which information system survived? The issue is so many systems are coming, very beautiful. What are the strategies for the system to survive, for them to be used in our local environment and to be able to answer our key issues? Hello? You have changed my presentation? Okay, thank you. What made us survive is to have one platform for multiple fisheries decisions. In fisheries, we normally understand we should have key information to answers. One information is understanding the production. How much do we harvest? Another key question is understanding the effort. How much effort or how much effort gears and fishermen are existing in our water bodies, and how much do they take per day, per month. And that is how we come with a system that can collect those information, those indicators of production and effort. We must have a system that normally manage how do they fish, how much do they get. That we call it the tool that makes the system become as a village. Because we normally design system only for managers, but we need to design system that even fishermen can use. And that is how the system will survive. If you keep designing system only for managers, and that is where we fail. So, for example, we have eFisher, which is mainly for fishermen and boat owners and the mongers to sell, to record their trips, and the system automatically interact with the fishermen and provide them with the values of how much they produce per month, per day. And that's the time when fishermen are enjoying using your technology, and that's the time you also get some information out of them. We have information like potential fishing zone, which is also a community application whereby fishermen use the application to find where can I fish today. As you know, they are suffering every day to find fish. So if you give them solution of how to get fish, and that is the time they will use your system. So this is how it's a win-win situation. Again, we have tools which are also in the water, which aggregate on the same. As I said, we need to have a centralized, not isolated islands. We need system that can report on the sector, which we including the aquaculture sector, that you find inventory, number of farms, and also the routine production. We have been missing routine production in aquaculture fisheries, and which it was our main problem under the aquaculture production system. Again, we have research. All of these systems, when are integrated together and communicate together, that's the time you get an easy and real-time manageable tool for all decision makers, including beneficiaries who are fishermen, and stakeholders, including NGOs, universities, together in one system. Now the question also is introduction of AI. As you know, AI did not come here to take our jobs. AI does not replace the scientist. It's normally scales the scientist. So AI is not a war. It scales scientists to do much better. So it's used in capturing information, which assists you as a researcher to catch the information accurately. It also helps you to detect and again to use the information that you have. So at the end, it helps a researcher to do its work under those quick and more effectively way. For example, we have been using in species identification. In reality, human eye can identify species, yes. But is it true when we want to collect data at a species level? When you use different humans, you can introduce a lot of errors, which is naturally occurred. But when you use AI, the same mistake that you train the AI, it will be constant there. For example, when you are measuring fish length and you are sending two researchers, the one who is looking 18.5, and another one will say 18.4. It is the way they see on the ruler of that speech. And when you send different scientists, you might get different answers, but when you send AI, it will bring you the same information. And the real issue of detecting the species won't confuse because of the high technologies of detecting the species. Again, we have a lot of paperwork that we have been filling on the field. You remember when you have collected data in a year and then you did not digitize them. Digitizing by writing is different rather than digitizing by scanning. Nowadays, AI helps us to scan the document and extract all the inputs and put it to the database. As you can see how much it's helped. Rather than stop typing 1, 2, 3, 4, it extracts and submits it to the database. All of those are AI. So AI did not come to replace scientists. Scientists are not here to key in the data. Scientists are there to interpret the data. Okay. Thank you. So we have the case studies. We have nowadays satellite information that we normally process and getting different potential fishing zones. All of these are some of the technologies that are available within our premises. And another thing which is very important is not moving alone, is moving as a region. We have developed a tool which we call it FARMS, which is currently being used in Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, DRC, Zambia, Mozambique, and also Mauritius, Rodriguez. As you can see, we are sharing a tool. We are sharing a software. We are sharing standard, and also we are sharing learnings. But the data remain for their own country. We are not sharing data. We are only sharing software and standards. And we are proving together in a regional collaboration. So the technology is the easy part, but the issue is adoption, trust, and institutional ownership is the hard part. So we have, as you know, we have been getting a lot of system, but the issue is adoption, trust, and the ownership. My message for FAR4ViBE 2026 is Africa does not have to wait for the future of digital fisheries. We can build it together from the problem we have already understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Sairale, for the insightful and innovative topic. I now invite questions, maybe 2 questions. Question? Okay. So maybe let's begin with, welcome.
There's another person there? How many?
We have only 2 minutes.
So give that lady there. There's a man also, there's a lady. Moderator, I'm taking you up.
It's okay.
Hello. Okay, very quick question. So it's mainly about the AI. I don't know if you are doing the AI work yourself, but is it a software that you can share with us, or is this machine learning? So is this a software developer that's working on that? I'm just asking because we have the same, we also use AI for the work that I do, so I'm just curious to know if, yeah.
Okay, I can answer. Number one is for a farmer. Mr. Adam, huh? Oh, lady, yeah. For example, eFisher, the one that is online, it is being integrated with AI interpretation of aquaculture activities. One of the issue is you can, first of all, you can, if you want to invest in the aquaculture field sector, when you use the system, you can go and choose the area where it's available for as a physical, after being feasible, studied by TAFIRI. That is number one. So many people does not know that, but the second is you can interact with AI, chatting with it, the chatbot, telling what, for example, if you are facing a problem of a certain disease, you can describe, my farm shows A, B, C, D, F, G, and then it can use the reference documents that it has to guide you what is exactly that. You can also, if you are capable, you can also measure some pH and salinity and everything, and send it to the AI, and it can advise you how much you can, when to change your water, and also to make sure that everything under your water is there to help you to reach your destination. And again, the last one is it connects you with the market. These two softwares, one is PFZ and another one is eFisher. When you have a catch, you can announce how much catch you have, and all the customer can interact with that. It is available online. Some farmers and some fishermen are posting fish, and buyers are buying on it. It is online. You can download them through Google Play Store and also App Store with the name PFZ and again eFisher. Those two applications are there for the community, but indirectly also we get some information out of it. For the lady, the issue is, yes, these softwares are available. They are available. The software, the big software name, which is now currently used in more than 6 countries, is known as Fisheries and Aquaculture Information Management System, whereby it has many modules, including modules for catch assessment, module for frame survey, module for socioeconomics, module for marketing, and module for potential fishing zone, including modules for aquaculture, which is what I was explaining there. It works both under 2 ways. One is with the public that are using, but again, the managers are using them to collect data for statistics, and all the systems that have been presented here today, for example, the aquaculture sector, the capture fisheries, they are all coming from the system known as FAMES, which is currently being used by more than 6 countries within the East African region. But it is allow other stakeholders to join and to use. It is easy to use like a Kobo tool. Thank you.
So because of time, we are not going to have more questions. I now welcome Gideon Blengera, if you are here. Is Gideon present? If he's not around, I now welcome Aris Kaijage. Aris Kaijage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Festus Masaho. I work with the Blue Victoria organization. I'm here to represent Alice Kaijage, who is our staff, and she's not here. I'm standing in front of you to present the project that is titled as IoT and AI-enabled system for fisheries monitoring and response in Lake Victoria. What is next? I was born and raised up in fishing community. Fishing is our livelihood activity, and myself, I was fishing. But currently in Lake Victoria, we are facing fish mortality rate in a huge amount. For example, those event has been reported with different medias. The government of Kenya estimated that in 2022, fish farmers lost over $7.2 million US. And one commented that is this becoming normal? As you can see, fish death in Lake Victoria is happening in a year, but sometimes has got no specific interval. Being a fisherman, raised up in the fishing community, we asked ourselves, can we develop a system that can understand the environment changes enough that will help fish farmers to reduce the fish losses before the event happen? So from there, we developed the system which has got 3 data repositories. Data repository number 1 is the IoT, enabled IoT, Internet of Things enabled system, which is being. Can I have a piece of water? Sorry. Yes, from the system has got 3 data repositories. Data repository 1 is IoT, Internet of Things system, which is continuous monitoring water quality parameter in remotely. And no, I was, yes. And data repository 2 is community generated data that through mobile application. And data repository 3 is remote sensing data. Yes. Next slide. Next slide. Slide number 4, please. Yes, through data repository 1, which is the IoT water quality monitoring, we are monitoring dissolved oxygen, we are monitoring temperature of the lake, pH, conductivity, and the oxygen reduction potential. This data is being monitored in real time and continuously. Next slide. Yes, data input 2 is the community data through mobile application. We developed a mobile application which fishers and fish farmers use to report the event where fish mortality occurred, date and the time where the event occurred, estimate number of fish which has been collected or has been died, weather observation, human weather observation, whether it was windy, sun, or temperature. And the type of fish which has been affected by the event. Repository data 3 is remote sensing data through, like Google data. Through remote sensing, we intended to get surface water temperature abnormalities, algae bloom, and the weather pattern, like rainfall, wind, heat wave. Yes, through those data, we are intending to develop AI model which will be learning through those data and be able to predict the event of Fisheries or the event of fish death before it happens, so that we can alert fish farmers that probably within a certain amount of time it may happen the Fisheries. Yes, we have, in our project, we have already developed the IoT, and we have installed some of the devices in the lake, and it's been monitoring water quality parameters. We have already developed the mobile application, we have already developed the dashboard which integrates data from IoT devices and the mobile application. Of this study has been completed, what it needed to scale up. Like you can see, that is the dashboard which is monitoring water quality parameter in real time. Remote sensing and AI prediction development is on the other phase. Yes. This project is currently being funded by Cisco Foundation, and we are receiving technical support from Tanzania Fisheries Research Institute in Mwanza Center for technical advice and aspects. We are welcoming strategic partnership. To have accurate AI model prediction, we need a huge of time. We need a data of a range of a huge time. So it's not our system be effective. We need a strategic partnership. We can partner within maybe 10 years. That kind of partnership. Yeah, the picture is from the development of the stage. As you can see here, we have Mwanza director, Dr. Benedicto, and other staff. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I now allow question, please. Anyone with question or comment? Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Baraka, and I used to work with Tafiri. Now I'm retired. One of the things which I would like to know is how do you validate your data, in situ data with the satellite data?
Yes, a suggestion. Mine is just a suggestion. After giving an indicator, presumably something will happen. Is there anything will happen that to alert the fishers, maybe if it's happen A, you should do B or C? Or just they give indicator that this will happen and then the story is over?
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the data validation. Before data being transmitted to our dashboard, we do calibration. We are comparing with the really, actual data with the, our IoT received data. For the data for satellite remote sensing data, is currently not implemented, is on the next phase. Then coming to the after warning, we do send this a message to fish farmers so that they can take appropriate measures, being like shifting the fish cages or harvesting air before the fish can die off.
Thank you very much. Please put hands together. So I now welcome Mr. Amon. Charles Amon is present. Oh, welcome. Patruba Matiko, is he present?
Good afternoon. My name is Enoch Mlaponi. I'm representing Mr. Mashafi, and on behalf of the co-authors, I'm going to present the assessment of water quality in Lake Victoria, biological and the socio-economic factor that informed site selection. Yeah, this is the outline, the roadmap for this presentation. We'll start with the background information, and we'll end up with the conclusion and recommendation. Now, to start with the global context, global aquaculture production by 2024 was almost 233 million tons. I mean, aquatic production. Aquaculture production was 103 million tons, and that contributes to 53% of aquatic animal production. Global consumption is 21.3 kilograms per person, and in Africa itself, it's around 9.1 kilograms per person. That means aquaculture is the fastest growing food production sector. Yeah. For the Tanzania context, aquaculture production shows to increase from 3,600 metric ton in 2015 to about around 50,000 tons in 2026. And the national fish demand is almost 700 metric tons, 700,000 metric tons. Currently, aquaculture production, as I've said, is around 50,000 metric tons, which make a deficit of 650,000 tons. And for Lake Victoria cage farming shows to, it is a strategic opportunity to increase or to cover that deficit. Now, objective of this study is to assess water quality at proposed cage sites and to evaluate phytoplankton and fish community, also to determine depth for bathymetric suitability, and to assess socio-economic acceptance for the community, so as to use it to generate suitability maps. That the area, study area, it's Lake Victoria, and almost 16 riparian district council were surveyed, which include the urban sites and rural sites in Lake Tanzania, Lake Victoria Tanzanian water. Next. And for the method, we use different method for different parameter. For plankton, we use, for fish, we use monofilament ranging from 12 to 88 millimeter to capture, to get the fish. For physical characteristic, echo sounder, Hondex PS7 was used. For socio-economics, different method, including depth interview, key informative interview, and secondary data also used. And for mapping, we use Garmin GPS, MAP 78, and ArcGIS. And we use different statistical analysis to come up with the results. Next. Yeah, from the results you can see the findings. For transparency, in the rural area was almost 1.6 meters, and in urban was 1.2 meters, while for the chlorophyll A in the rural area was about 14.6, and in urban was almost higher, 19.2. The total phosphorus seems to exceed the recommended levels at almost all the sites, and dissolved oxygen was almost higher than the recommended 5 milligram per liter. That means the trophic state index from the calculation was about 61 to 63 TSI, which indicate eutrophication condition for the lake. Now, the TSI of 60 indicates high eutrophication, not hyper, but higher eutrophic. That means the lake was already eutrophic during the survey. The urban sites show higher nutrient and the lower transparency. Probable driver was agricultural runoff and the domestic and industrial effluents and sediment release. That imply that careful nutrient management is real essential for Lake Victoria. And the best feeding practice, especially for the cage fish farmers, and appropriate stocking density are critical area to be considered. Cyanophyceae dominated rural sites for plankton, and can see from the data, diatoms were more common in rural sites and dominated by microcysts and Anabaena and Merisomatopedia. Cyanobacteria also dominated, suggested elevated inorganic pollution in the lake. Potential risk of microcyst production and fish health are really important. Next. Now, the results also shows that Cyanophyceae was dominated by 60% in rural, while in urban was almost 81%. From the figure you can see there, Bacillariophyceae also dominated in rural by 31%, but in urban was almost 17%. Next. For fish biodiversity, almost the fish community was dominated by hypochromines, followed by Latis nilotica, null patch, which show that the community, the fish biodiversity community was almost in a good condition, looking at symptom diversity index of 0.8. Next. Next, that the fish community. Next. Socioeconomic finding. Also, most of the interviewers, more than 97%, accepted the investment of cage farming, probably maybe due to income generation, employment creation, and most of them, they are hoping to increase food security and nutritional benefits, and of course infrastructure benefits from the sites and the knowledge transfer. Next. Here I'll talk about the TSCI, which look to be more than a recommended level of 30 to 40. TSCI, which was 61 in rural and 63 in urban. That means the trophic condition of the lake was already high. So as TAFIRI, we needed to do monthly monitoring in all the cages in the lake to make sure that the condition of the lake remain at least lower in trophic condition. Next. Yeah, those are sampling area showing different area. Most of the cages are concentrated here in Nyamagana, Misungu, in this Mwanza Gulf, and some in Magu and Sengerema, and very few in Bukoba and few in Mara region. Next. Active site was 50, and inactive sites were 31. And we did also national zonation, whereby 99 suitable sites were identified. Next. Yeah, that is to show each district and number of cages currently. Next. Now, to conclude, 97% of visited sites were suitable for cage fish farming, and Lake Victoria seems to be eutrophic already, so careful nutrient management is needed for the Lake Victoria. Well, we are thinking for the Vision 2050, TAFIRI, we need to work very hard to make sure that our Lake Victoria remain useful and friendly for cage fish farming. Next. Recommendation: to reduce nutrient input from agriculture, to promote high quality seed, feed and low waste feed, to optimize stock density, Now, thank you very much for listening, but we have a policy implication here. While we are thinking about the 25th vision, we need to be very careful in stocking density, the feed we use to feed our fish, and all the inputs we are putting in the lake. And at FAR4ViBE, we have a great job to do to make sure that we monitor the quality of the water in the Lake Victoria. Thank you very much.
So because of the interest of time, if you have any question, please reserve it, and you'll have time later to ask, okay? Patoba Matik, it's now your time. Yes, you. Please, let us stick to the scheduled time. Question later.
Yeah.
8 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Patoba Matiku. I'm going to present on the title Significant Geographic Range Extension of the Sayab Goldfish, or Penel Sayab, to Tanzania Western Indian Ocean. Okay, introduction. Why geographic distribution matters? That is the question we should ask ourselves. Why geographic distribution matters? In order to understand geographic distribution of marine species, it's essential for biodiversity conservation, fisheries management, and monitoring changes in marine ecosystems. The Sayab goldfish that belong to the family Muridae was previously known only from specimen collected off Angoche, northern Mozambique. We now have a new record confirm its presence in Tanzanian waters, extending its known distribution northwards. These discoveries improve our understanding of the fish diversity of the Western Indian Ocean. So my presentation will cover the identification methods, evidence for the range extension, and the ecological and biological significance of the finding. But before I go to the material and method, I would like to let you know that this specimen was collected last year in April during the Nansen survey, Tanzanian lake. And we tried to identify the species using the field guide on board. So we are using the key for the Western Indian Ocean guides, whereby the key characters used were the pectoral fin rays, gill rakers, dorsal fin height, body color, for the live specimen, proportional measurement in standard length. So during following the keys, only 2A confirmed that the specimen matches had the morphological characters that were similar to the specimen which were collected in Mozambique. So the total gill rakers we counted were 29. Caudal depth were almost 11 times in standard length, and snout length ranges between 90 and 100 times in standard length. So when we examined our specimen in the lab, when we did the lab work, we examined the 60 specimens which were collected during the Nansen survey, Tanzanian survey. 60 specimens which ranged from 77 to 0.8 to 98.8 millimeters in standard length. These specimens were collected at that station and at that position. So we examined the specimen collected during the Nansen. We didn't do the genetic work. So the result, so far we don't have the sequence data. Our study is based only on morphological and meristic analysis. So the method all counts, 5 meristic and 44 morphological measurement, followed O'Blain and Hamstry, 2010 and 2011. And the results were compared using the published data by O'Blain and Lishet, 2013. So here are the results. As you can see here, okay, sorry. Can you assist? Okay. So this one is the previous record. And now the new record was collected in Southern Mafia. So according to our results, the present start, these are the results for the present start. So our results perfectly match the published results. So this perfectly confirmed that the specimen was Openeus sayab. That we are almost sure that the specimen collected in the Southern Mafia is the Openeus sayab. So now it's extend the known distribution of northward. Conclusion. This start confirms the first record of Openeus sayab in the Tanzanian water. It extends the known distribution range of the species and provides new insights into regional marine biodiversity and biogeographical patterns. What is the way forward? I'm currently working on the manuscript for this specimen. I think in September we'll be submitting the manuscript to the journal Zoo Taxa, and currently the species is classified as endangered by the IUCN. So there is a need to reassess the species. Therefore, based on this range extension, its conservation status should be reassessed. Thank you for your attention.
question? We still have time. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, Patroba, thank you very much. First, I wish to congratulate you for such a nice work. And I understand that you have already published new species, I think 2 or 3, almost 4. And this range extension from the South Mozambique to South Mafia, right? Reported it because it is for this. That is the question. Kama kwamba imeonekana kaskazini, sorry, kusini mwa Mafia. Je, sababu ni kwa sababu hatukuwahi kuiona, tulikuwa tunaiona tunaipita tu, hatukuelewi kama ni yenyewe, au ni kwa sababu ya mabadiliko ambayo yamesababisha imove kutoka kusini kuja kaskazini? Or you have any other reason for the range extension?
I think maybe it was misidentified. Maybe the species was existing, but it was misidentified. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. You can proceed if you have more questions.
Voice, Fabian.
Thank you, Patroba, for nice presentation. Mine is a small question. I just wanted to know if the species is categorized as an endangered species. What do you think why the species was categorized as one of the endangered species? What might have been caused the species to be endangered? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fabian, for your question. I think I was the one who involved in assessing that species in Ori. And one of the criteria we used was it has a very narrow range extension. It was only known from the single locality. So by that time, we concluded that the species was endangered. So now, its range is extending. So there is no need, no more, we don't categorize it as an endangered species. It's now extending. I mean, the population now is extending. I don't have, I think I've answered your question.
Okay, thank you. You have more question?
Tulifanya assessment ya species kwa kuangalia taarifa zilizopo, data zilizokuwa zinapatikana katika database ya FAO. Kwa taarifa za mwanzo, samaki huyu alikuwa anapatikana katika point moja tu, sehemu moja tu, taarifa zake zilikuwa katika sehemu moja tu. Kwa hiyo, kwa kuzingatia ufinyu wa usambaji wake, tuka conclude kwamba tukamweka kwenye kundi la samaki ambao wako hatarini kutoweka. Sasa kwa kuwa sasa hivi amepanua wigo wa upatikanaji. Kuna haja ya kureassess na kuupdate taarifa ambazo ziko kwenye taarifa za zilizoko upande wa IUCN.
Interview muda gani ilikuwa?
Pardon?
Umbali wa muda gani? Miaka mingapi imepita tokea isemwe na inavyosemwa sasa hivi?
Assessment tulifanya mwaka 2012.
Kwa zaidi ya miaka 14.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please, hand. Okay, so we have left is only two presenters. I now welcome Mr. Zahor Marim.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Zahor Mwalim. I'm from Zafiri, Zanzibar Fisheries and Marine Resources Research Institute. I'm here to present my study, the new locality records of deported small branch species of Western Indian Ocean. Yeah, Western Indian Ocean is the one of the world's most biodiversity in marine region. So it consists countries like Tanzania, Kenya, Mozambique, and other small islands like Mauritius, Seychelles, and Madagascar and Comoro. So the region holds a disproportionate share of small branch species diversity that is accounting 24% of known chondrichthyid species diversity, with 164 sharks and rays, which is 134, and at least 9 chimera species recorded. The chondrichthyes are one of the most successful groups of fishes occurring nearly all marine ecosystems worldwide. And this species is linked due to the morphological adaptation that allow them to inhabit in a wide range of the habitats. So my objective of this study is to report the new locality records of deported small branch species, and my specific objective was to provide a novel species data in both morphological, morphometrics, and numerics, and to provide novel DNA barcoding sequence data, and to review the and update the species occurrence in the Western Indian Ocean. So the study area, this study conducted under the Dr. Fridtjof Nassens in 2025, where 3 countries collected our specimen, which is mainly Kenya, Mozambique, and Madagascar. Continue, please. So 5 specimens were collected, and we recorded based on the area, and we give the specific identification code, and all the specimen we measure their total length of the specimen, and also we recorded their sex, whether this specimen or which is either male or female. So for the bathoids, when I say bathoid, I mean rays, and when I say sharks, either we gave the ID code 21, 21, 23, and our total length, it was 149. So in this study, we did both morphological and genetics. So for the morphological, we use various identification books, such as the Coastal Fish of Western Indian Ocean, volume number 1. We also measure the external measurement by using various reference literature reviews and other reference books, such as Fish of Southern Ocean, Rays of the World, Coastal Fish of Western Indian Ocean, for both books were used for identification of the species, and also we use different different research for identification of the species. For the moristics data, for tooth count and vertebrate count, we also use the for the research for the Hemsworth and the Hemsworth-Smith. So for genetic identification of this species, we did DNA extraction, polymerase chain reaction, and gel electrophoresis, and finally we compute a phylogenetic tree by using Mega 11 in order to draw the phylogenetic tree and then to match the species from the gene bank also, and for the sequence we have. So for the batoids, we added 8 sequence DNA data from the gene bank, and for the shark rays, we also added 6 sequence from the gene bank in order to finally match and make comparison for the species. And please. And for the computing neighboring joint, we also, like I have said, we use Mega 11. We identified outgroups for the phylogenetic tree, which is batoid tree, which is from family Urophilidae, and for the shark rays, for the family Laminidae. So these are our results. So as I said, we identify the new record of locality of the 3 species. The first one, it was Placiobatis deviesi, and the second one, it was Muscarina ostoni, and the third one, it was Hexatrigon baikeli. These 2 species is the rays species, and these are sharks species. So for the morphological identification, especially for the external measurement, we used 44 external measurement for identification of the species, and these are So these are 44 measurements we were recorded. So for this study, we make some comparison in a previous study. We identify our measurement completely matched with the previous study. Only 2 for the original record for the wireless, which is not a fit, and for the Achilles in 29. Only about 7 external measurements were not fit exactly. But for 44 measurement, about 33 measurements fit exactly. So these are one among the species we were identified, which is called Hexatrigon baikeli, which has 6 gills. These are kind of rays which has 6 gills. This species previously, recorded in South Africa and Mozambique, but it was not reported in Uyo region like Tanzania, Kenya, and Madagascar. That's why, because this specimen collected in these 3 regions, and then we identify in both morphological and genetical. That's why we provided this new record for our region. Also for the Hexatrigon baikeli, we also used these external measurement where in 44 it's about 33 measurement fit exactly, but some of these external measurement not fit exactly. Okay. Okay, for the genetic identification, you may have a look here for the shark. Our specimen in here, which is Miss Corina Houston, fit exactly with the gene bank sequence data from the board. It's fit exactly. It means that our specimen, is related direct to these species from different countries like Scotland, Madeira, and Australia. Conclusion: deeper water small branch species remain poorly undocumented and investigated in our region. Our novel data will assist with future conservation strategies and fisheries management. And the way forward for this study currently, I've been already finished for writing manuscript, and I've been already submit for our journal. Thank you so much for paying attention.
Thank you so much, Dahol. I welcome 2 questions. If there are questions, please welcome. Okay, welcome, sir.
Bwana Zahor, unajua kwamba sharks and rays is a hot topic in the CITES arena, and that as a country currently we are not benefiting that much because we are not allowing trade in fins, shark fins, and of course the rays. So considering that the dynamics of our policies may change, what is your advice in terms of exploiting these species to advance the blue economy towards 2050?
Thank you so much, Director. Actually, my advice based on the specific strategies for the conservation and utilization, because these species inhabit in deeper water areas from, as I said, from 200 meters above and 700 meters. So it need, financial resources, firstly, to make a very good effort in order to ensure that we are going first to know the stock. Because currently I believe we don't have a research try to showing the stock assessment for this species. So my first advice is to continue working with these international organizations like FAO that is currently support the country just to go beyond to the deeper water areas in EEZ over there in order to conduct different research. So we can communicate, we can contact, and then we can work together with the international organization such as FAO to support this kind of the research, firstly in order to understand clearly how much stock do we have. And then if we understand clearly and we have the data of these resources, we can make a very good plan, very good management and conservation practice, even effective utilization of these resources. Thank you.
chairman now is the presenter. So I've become a chairman temporarily for him. I would like to welcome the next presenter, and is our last presenter for this session today, Mr. Pius Mwamwaja, with his topic known as Beyond Shallow Reef, Characterization of Banthetic Corals and Sponge Habitats on the continental margin of northern Tanzania. Even the title is very complicated, but it is underwater. So, welcome, Pius, for you as the next presenter. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, I will stick to that. Okay, thank you very much. I'll be talking about topic Beyond Shallow Reefs, characterization of benthic coral and sponge habitat on the continental margin of northern Tanzania. It's a bit. So with the introduction, nimeacha kompyuta nikiwa hapa kuangalia, naona inakuwa ngumu. Wenzangu walikuwa na kompyuta, nigeuze. Okay. Asante sana. Okay, so this work was born out of from the like 3.1 bottom habitat mapping, which was facilitated by Nansen, and this study mapped mesophotic and deep benthic habitat of Tanzania, which was basically from around 40 meter up to over 800 meter depths in 5 locations. And these are the start area, the 5-1, we have Mafia, Unguja, and also we have Pemba, and we had Pemba channel together with the Zanzibar channel. So the study aimed to generate scientific information on bottom habitats and the presence of vulnerable benthic habitat. Now, what our hope with the result, we hope that this result can inform fisheries management and planning for an extension of marine protected areas. So survey 14 number sampling station per start area. So presented from the this table. So with the 5 start area, and we presented how many CTD and ROV were taken. Tanzania Mafia, we had a total of 9 ROV. I'll explain a bit later. And also in Unguja, we had 8, we had 11, 9 to only 2 in Zanzibar channel. So as I said before, the third, I'm not sure, is it? Okay. Inside it and a bit, okay. So this was the first current survey which aimed to understand the distribution of habitats in the photic and the mesophotic, and the mesophotic and deep area of Tanzania. But there are several previous studies, and the first one, the first reported one was in 1899-98, which covered Seychelles and Dar es Salaam, and we had some very recent 2021, the very recent, which this one covered almost the whole Tanzania, and this one it was just on Pemba. This one, although covered the whole Tanzania, the entire coast of Tanzania, but it was basically concentrated on the only deep and left out the mesophotic. But ours begin from mesophotic to the deep areas. Please, okay. So now the material, now what method we used to map those areas? So we used we call it remote operated vehicles, which is ROV remote operated vehicle. They can generate videos of the sea floor remotely. So ROV has so it's just like inbuilt, which is having a camera which can take a photo or video in the sea floor, and we can just observe from the on board. You can observe different varieties of biodiversities. So also it was fitted with the transponder, which was for positioning. Also, it had the CDDs mounted with for physical chemical parameters. So video transect, so we could generate the video transect for each of the sites that was selected. And for each of the sites, we had a transect of approximately 300 meter long. And during this survey, we managed to produce 41 transect, and the distribution was as per this table. In Mafia, we had 5. In Mafia, Ireland, we had southeast and northeast, total of 9. And in Unguja, we had 3 to 5, total of 8. In Pemba Channel, we had 6 and 5, total of 11. And Pemba Channel was also 5 to 6, 11, and in Zanzibar Channel, just only 2. I'll be going fast because of time. Please. Okay. So, during each dive, continuous annotation of the seabed subsets and habitat were made using annotation software, Seabed Fluid Observer. So it's like while we were taking those transects on board, we were observing habitat types, seabed type together with the biodiversities, and using a this software, we could annotate like what was observed at what point. So this software was connected to the observation, to the geographical positioning as logged by the transponder via the term as I explained. So here you see experts in different groups observing those video and annotating. Wherever you see, you annotate. Like I saw sponge, I saw this, and this was since it's a system connected with the GPS. We are able to know what was at what site, what was at what point, and please help. So these are the snap of the results. So maybe let me explain. We are using this table, as you see. So this one, it shows the 300 meter, 100 meter, and with this different color here is indicating different habitat that was observed at specific points. So you can see the distribution. For instance, this color is sponge. So wherever you see this color, it represents a coral garden at that point. If you see this black, it means there were nothing. And respective to this point, so the color and it's what I've just presented here. Okay, the first site, that was the Southern Mafia. It presented suitable environmental condition and substrate nature influence the distribution. Okay, so these are found to contain a lot of vulnerable marine ecosystem. And we thought that this probably was influenced with the a conducive environment together with the seabed. And we found also there are no any sign of irresponsible fisheries. As compared to some site, we saw some sign of like the dragnet or some left fishing gears, but here it was somehow clean. So, next please. Next. Okay. So this was the Northern Mafia. So since because of time, so all the site we had this structure which present what type of habitat was dominated edge of the area. So for all the 5 study area that we visited, we found 4 area has a lot of habitats, and except Zanzibar Channel, which was very, very shallow and very, very turbid, and we observed very few macroalgae and some scattered sponges. Yeah. So I don't think I have to explain all of this. But of course, another important observation was that since we mapped from 40 depths to almost over 800, but most of the ecosystem was concentrated below 300 meter. And above 300 meter, we just only observed some scattered ecosystem in some of the study area. And from this point, of course, you'll be able to see. Because of time, I am unable to explain to each of the specific point. Am we still having time? You said 2. Okay. So please, maybe I can scroll. Unaweza kaenda kidogo, maybe observation, and so if you have a question, you can ask, then I'll respond. So this for each of the study site. The same method, we just produce some similar results, but of different pattern. Yeah, I said, that's why I stopped. Yeah, I stopped. When the time is over, I stopped. I said maybe you have time to observe and ask if you have questions since I couldn't finish. Do you allow me to conclude? Okay, so of course I concluded. I said from the 5 sites that we visited, we found the 4 sites, excluding Zanzibar Channel. They harbors a lot of habitat, including sponge, coral, and sometimes we found the mixture of both coral and sponge. So the 4 sites, they were harboring those, so we need to consider for extending our marine park into those areas. Yeah. And another thing is that those habitat, they also harbor a lot of commercial fish together with the invertebrates. So they support fisheries as the same way as the shallow coral. Yeah. Okay, thank you for your time, for listening.
Thank you, Pius. Clap hand for Pius again. Okay, we pick 2 questions from the audience, please. Karibu. You can go back to your work. You come and stand here, Pius. Give them, yeah.
Answer to.
Pius, come here.
Pius, thank you very much. I think you have given us more information on habitat mapping. The report that was launched this morning, actually, these results come from that report. And yes, I think that is, it comes from that report.
Yes, it was part of the report.
Yes, so I saw an observation here. You said the Zanzibar channel was almost anything interesting.
Yes.
Because it is shallow.
Yes.
Then you said the Pemba channel is very rich, right?
Yes.
But also polluted with the nets and.
We observed some sign of irresponsible fishing, not pollution really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question now is, because you showed a lot of coral gardens, what do you mean by coral garden?
Okay. Okay. So first, as you said, in Zanzibar Channel, there were no. That's why you see we did only 2 transects, because we found there is in the observation we found there is nothing, so we didn't find any reason to continue doing some more dive. And what is coral garden? Coral garden we call coral garden when there is how to put it. If there is high concentration of those coral and sponge, it becomes a garden. Like if you have scattered flowers, I don't think it's a garden, but if it's some kind of high concentration with a garden. So this is what is we call garden. So if it is coral only, then it was called coral garden. But if it is a mixture of coral and sponge, then we call it a coral sponge garden. Yeah, and sometimes if you also observed, sometimes we say it's scattered coral. Because scattered coral, there are corals, but they are somehow scattered. But when they are concentrated, we used to call a garden.
Last question. Okay.
Brother, what is your advice to fishers in Zanzibar Channel?
Advice to fishers?
In the Zanzibar Channel.
Okay, so as I said before, in the Zanzibar Channel, we observed some sign of irresponsible fishing. We saw some left net together with the mark of trawler. So we thought maybe there are kind of fisheries which are not sustainable. So advising fisher, maybe Director General is here, can help me. I don't think if we need to advise them, but maybe we have to extend those area into a conservation area. So at least to protect. Advising fisher, I don't think if it's going to work. Maybe Engineer Sairala, if you can help.
Okay, thank you, Pius, for your good presentation. Now we had a presentation from my brother. He was presenting together with Charles Mashafi. But we didn't get some questions. If you have a burning question for him, please, we give you only chance to ask Mlaponi. Me, I will start. Mlaponi, with your presentation, I saw so many alerts on the lakes, on the areas where you are putting cages and everything. Now, my question is, how do you monitor them? Are you monitoring manually, or you have put Internet of Things or buoyant or any sensors that are giving you information at real time? What I'm scared of is if the lake is too much scattered, as you can see now, there are some cages in Bukoba, in Mara, and so forth. How possible are you going to visit all areas and monitor those cages? How did you arrange yourself on that issue? So you can start with me, and then you can proceed to other.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Innocent. Actually, at FAR4ViBE, we monitor the water quality manually, and every month in Mwanza Gulf. And currently, we are collaborating with the Blue Victoria using the Internet of Things. And we installed Internet of Things in Kisoko and at Kisoko and in Nyegezi Bay. So 2 points already installed with the IoT.
That's good. Good progress. So this is the last question, I think, before we close our session.
Brother, if there are any limitations on number of cages that can be inserted in a specific area, or you just allow people to put cages as much as they can?
Yeah, thank you, brother, for a good question. For each area, we established carrying capacity, physical carrying capacity and the biological carrying capacity. So we advise the investors to stick on the number of cages advised to stock there.
Don't you think that will bring like a confusions? If you tell the community that we have this number and have to stick on this one, with a connection with the other side of the political world, if they want to increase more, what could be the basis for the argument?
Yeah, we have to stick on the science. Yeah? If we want to have Lake Victoria alive, we need to stick to science. So we normally advise people to stick on the carrying capacity of the specific area. And that number is given before the installation of the cage. Karibu, Director.
Mimi sitauliza swali. Lakini nitachangia. Do I have to speak in English? No. He understands. He's from Kinondoni. So he understands. There are things we have to consider. One of which is people to stick to the science, to stick to the guidelines. I know the aquaculture person is here. When you are told the minimum depth is 8 or 7 or 10, please stick to this. You remember the guy from the Fisheries here told us a lot of fish mortalities in Kenya, for example. And I think we have had an episode in Tanzania. I think the one I remember was once in Musoma, during the time when we were doing the mapping. And the reason is because people are not following the guidelines. It's not because we are feeding too much and all this other stuff. No. It's because people are not following the guidelines. Kwa sababu kama cage ina kina cha mita 4, si ndio? Alafu unaenda kuweka kwenye kina cha mita 3. What do you think will happen? Manake the net is already in the mud. When things change, when there is a kifeles, whatever the breakage of upepo ukija likicheza, inafanya turbulence, inachafua maji, oxygen inaondoka, fish will always die. Go to Kenya, that was the case. That means we have either to revise the the depth, the one from the guidelines from the LVF4, or put our own initiative to make sure that whatever we put, wherever we put our cages, follow the guidelines that is already existing. Mbili. Now, I'm trying to be as careful as possible and seeing kachapa viboko. The study we did I saw Mlaponi showing 99 sites funded by the government. It was not only 99, it was more than 99. If you sum them up, they're almost 127 or something like that. From all the way from Sota to Rubafu in Kagera. And we estimated the physical carrying capacity. I remember this number in my head. It was 53 cages in those 170 whatever sites. And we have only installed how many? 3,000 and how many cages? Around 3,000 cages. You can see where I'm going with this. The potential is still huge. But again, whoever gives the rights of people to use at that particular area has to, we cannot say this, we cannot stress how important this thing is. We have to abide by the guidelines. Otherwise, our fish will be dying, and we will blame the science, we will blame everything. But in actual sense, it is us who are not following the guidelines. When you are told, put 10 cages, please put 10 cages. I know there are areas in Mwanza Gulf where we cannot accept more people putting cages. I believe the people from the responsible department know this. But some people are still insisting on putting cages on the same areas that they have identified themselves. I think we need to tell them, if you want to invest, yes, we want you, but go to the right place, mbali kule, kuliko kukaa huku ambako kila mtu amekwisha kuweka keji yake. Tukisimama kwenye mstari, yani, I believe, I can tell you, the thresholds or the targets za uzalishaji wa samaki tulizoweka kwenda 2030 mpaka 2050 tunaweza kuzifikia mapema kuliko tunavyofikiri if we take care of this. Kulikuwa na swali, nafikiri ni wewe au nani, kuhusiana na IoT, and I think they have set already the thresholds. When the temperature is so much, when the pH is so much, when the oxygen is as low, it gives you an alert. It gives you a red alert saying this is critical, or you have to change, or you have to do this. And I think it's a system worth investing in so that we can help our people to enjoy the benefit of Katunzi's investment in the BBT program.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. I think we are approaching the end of our today's sessions. I think we're going to meet tomorrow again on the same meeting room as we started in here before we break out. So I would like to congratulate you all for your participation. And the session was very interactive. Thank you very much, and God bless you.